யாருன்னு பரவாயில்ல, யாருன்னு தெரியல இது.
A very pleasant morning to all dignitaries, chief guests, and participants. I welcome you all to this two-day national level webinar sponsored by NAAC on role of NAAC in enhancing quality in higher educational institutions, organized by IQAC of Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College, Autonomous, Uttangarai. Let's seek the bliss of the Almighty with a prayer song.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்த கெழிதொழுகும் சீராறும் பதனமென திகழ்வடன கண்டமெனில் எக்கணமும் அதில் சிறந்த திராவிடர்கள் திருநாடும் தத்த சிறு திரை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனே தமிழனே உன் சீரிழமை திறமையந்த செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே.
The blessings of Almighty. Let's begin this inaugural session with a formal welcome by one of the fellows of IQAC and Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College, a man who is ready at service at any time. He is none other than our IQAC coordinator, Dr. J. Satish Kumar, Assistant Professor of Mathematics, to give you all a corporate welcome.
Respected founder, respected secretary, additional secretary, principal, guest of honor, beloved heads, faculty members, and valuable participants. Good morning to one and all present here. I feel extremely privileged and honored for giving me this opportunity to welcome you all this two-day national level webinar sponsored by NAAC on role of NAAC in enhancing quality in higher educational institutions, organized by IQAC of Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College, Autonomous. First of all, I would like to thank each of you for joining this national level webinar. I feel greatly proud to say that this national webinar has been organized by our IQAC every year and has chronicled huge success. The IQAC organizes such webinar to enlighten the young minds and promote the participation of faculties at all levels. I render a very warm welcome to all the renowned speakers and the delegates who took their valuable time and joined us today to be a part of this webinar. We are honored to have you with us. First, I extremely delighted and honored to welcome through V. Chandrasekharan, founder, Sri Vidya Mandir Group of Institution. I welcome you, sir. Next, I would like to welcome our most respected secretary, through R.P. Raji, a man who always directs and guides us in the right path of success. I welcome you, sir. Next, I welcome respected Joint Secretary, Thiru P. Venkatachalam, a dedicated man who has supported us in all aspects. I welcome you, sir. It's my great honor to welcome our respected principal, Dr. T. Balasubramanian, who recognize and allot right job to the right person. I welcome you, sir. I welcome Dr. N. Gunasegaran, Vice Principal, who has truly worked for our college, fame and respect. I welcome you, sir. I find immense pleasure to introduce and welcome honorable resource persons of our two-day national webinar. Dr. B.S. Ponmudi Raj, Advisor, NAAC, Bengaluru. I welcome you, sir. Professor S. Karthapandian, Dean, Faculty of Science and Director, IQAC, Alagappa University, Karaikudi. I welcome you, sir. Dr. Amaya Kumar Rath, Advisor, NAAC, Bengaluru. I welcome you, sir. Dr. Said Wajid, Associate Professor, Director of IQAC, St. Joseph College, Autonomous, Bengaluru. I welcome you, sir. Dr. S. Alfred Cecil Raj, Controller of Examination, former Dean IQAC, Associate Professor of Physics, St. Joseph College, Autonomous, Tiruchirappalli. I welcome you, sir. They have taken the time out of their busy schedule to share their knowledge with us. We are grateful to you all for accepting our invitation and presiding over this 2 days webinar. Welcome all of you, sirs. And I welcome all guests and faculty members of various departments who helped us with the ideas and also with the execution process. And I welcome organizing team members who continuously rendered their support towards organizing this webinar. Finally, I feel happy to welcome all the most valuable participants from various institutions. I welcome you once again. Hope you all will have a great time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for a cordial welcome. Now I take the privilege of humbly inviting today's chief guest, who has honored us by his presence in this 2-day national webinar on role of NAAC in enhancing quality in higher educational institutions. I request Professor B.S. Ponmudi Raj, Advisor, NAAC, Bengaluru, for his chief guest address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible? Am I audible? Dr.
Yes, sir.
Sir, you are audible.
Dr. Satish, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, most respected Secretary of the College, the R.P. Raje, hope I pronounced correctly. The P. Venkatachalam, Joint Secretary of the Sri Vidya Mandir College Autonomous and the Society. Most respected Principal, Dr. T. Balasubramanian, Principal of Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College Autonomous. Dr. N. Gunasegaran, Vice Principal of the college. And the founder member, Dr. N. Gunasegaran, the Vice Principal, the founder member, V. Chandrasekharan, and the member who is going to propose the vote of thanks as Jay Kumar, my colleagues who will be addressing all of you, Professor Amaya Kumar Ratna, and people from St. Joseph's and other people, resource persons. Good morning to one and all. Namaskaram. I'm very happy to know that a college, Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College Autonomous, an autonomous college near Uttangarai. Very important. There are 54,100 colleges, 100 almost as per IASH data. Dr. Satish, am I audible? My voice clear? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
Okay. And 1,028 universities like your university and your college are there in India. So when we talk about this quality, the Director NAAC, Professor S.C. Sharma, sends his best wishes for this webinar. The people very happy to see more than so many participants online. Now, when you talk about quality sustenance, innovation practices, best practices, rural colleges, tribal colleges, government colleges, self-financing colleges do their best as part of the institutional building mechanisms, quality building mechanisms. Very important for the audience, for the people, teaching faculty, especially in this inaugural address. I want to talk about 3 points. This new coronavirus disease 2019, COVID-19, has shaken the whole world. We pray God that it is removed from the face of the earth. But given the situation, there are 3 documents which I want you to, as teaching fraternity, as quality sustenance measures, I want you to bring your attention. Commonwealth of Learning, COL, has brought out a beautiful document on e-learning. Please go through that document. Commonwealth of Learning. During the COVID, they have brought out a e-learning material and a book. Second, I want you to bring your attention. I want to bring your attention on important thing, what is it called as NCERT, Government of India, Ministry of Education, National Council for Education, Research and Training, had brought out a document, including the Diksha, which comes under the Swayam portal and all those things. So please and the Government of India, the Ministry of Education, UGC, University Grants Commission, has brought out a document that is called UGC Daksha, Guru Daksha. I want all the teachers, 168 people are participating live on the Zoom platform. I do not know how many are on Twitter, YouTube, as well as in Facebook. As a teacher, whether it's a rural college, please learn how to teach online, through mobile, through gadget, through, the same concept. You may be a great teacher. You may be a good expert, a researcher, a controller of examination, a principal, a vice principal, an administrator, but you must know how to put across the concept in a meeting, in a boards of studies, in a board of management, in a governing body, in an academic council, how to use especially how to use the technology. Low bandwidth, high bandwidth, no electricity. Electricity is low and other gadgets are coming low due to internet connectivity. How do you manage? This is very, very essential and very important. So this is very important. Although I've come through a different name, I couldn't, because login, all these small hiccups will be there. So I've come in the name of Dr. Shyam Singh Inda, Dr. Purmitra, so small hiccups because the login names were different. So people should understand, correct it, and be able to make it. So second is the time management, because in a time management, it is very, very important you keep up the time in an online class or in a practical class of plant physiology, MSc microbiology, MA political science, MCom class. How do you manage the time, the concept, participation? So there are 166 people are there. I see 161 now. 161 people. Whether I'm able to, whether I'm able to take care of all of them, whether I can check whether all of them are there. Ramesh T, whether you are there. Ranjit Priyan, Triple S, people, Ramya, English department, and people sometimes due to various technical reasons without Redmi 9A, people have joined. So it is not taking LKG attendance. Pandya Rajan, P. Anandi, Nirmala, Puvarasan, B. Chemistry. And we have so many people, 166, Kamarasu, Kanimuri, Physics. We have Dr. Sandil Kumar, Department of Mathematics, Chinnadurai. So I'm not reading all the 163 names, but you have to ensure participation. Adi eppadi mudiyum? Online la class nama paakradilla, allarum video off panniranga. Video yaar on pandranga. Eppadi avangala paakradhu low bandwidth thottu nama video off pannirrom. So you must always ensure learning, online learning. These are the best practices. People say, sir, we want A++, so we want A grade, we want autonomous college status, we want to give our own degrees. National Education Policy 2020, 66 pages. As a teacher, I urge every teacher and Vidya Mandir College to go through the document, understand the national policy, understand UGC documents. Your autonomous college, You are equated with the top colleges in the country. Out of 54,000 colleges, only 800 colleges are autonomous. அப்போ உங்களுக்கெல்லாம் அறிவு கொழுந்து விட்டு இருக்கணும் இல்லையா? அப்ப நீங்க எப்படி பிள்ளைங்களுக்கு சொல்லி தரீங்க? How you are teaching your children, boys and girls? Very important. BA, BSc, BCom, MA, MSc, MCom, MPhil முடிச்சு வர பசங்களுக்கு வேலை கிடைக்குதா? ஏன் வேலை கிடைக்க மாட்டுது? அப்போ that means there is something wrong with the teaching. Academic fraternity. சார் வேலை இல்லாத பட்டதாரின்னு சொல்றீங்க. அப்ப பையனுக்கு ஏன் வேலை கிடைக்கல, பிள்ளைக்கு ஏன் வேலை கிடைக்கல? அப்ப there is something wrong with the overall development, capsule, module, unit, your outcomes, learning outcomes, student performance and learning outcomes, graduate attributes, your course attributes. There is something wrong. So revisit, you're an autonomous college. What is your boards of studies doing? What's your boards of studies doing? What's your management, academic council is doing? You must seriously reflect on this. Controller of examinations. Controller of examination என்ன பண்றாங்க? எல்லாரும் சேர்ந்து உரையாடணும், கலந்துரையாடணும். Then you will know the placements. Then you will know how many people are going for MPhil, PhD. இல்ல சார் அவங்க வந்து கல்யாணம் பண்ணிட்டு வீட்டுல செட்டில் ஆயிட்டாங்க, ஹவுஸ் மேக்கரா இருக்கிறாங்க. நோ ப்ராப்ளம். 10 வருஷம் பொறுத்து அவங்களுக்கு வேலை கிடைக்குமா? அவங்க வீட்டுல வேலைக்கு போகணும்னு சொல்றாங்கல்ல, அவங்களே வேலைக்கு போகணும்னு ஆசைப்படுறாங்க ஒரு 10 வருஷம் பொறுத்து. Competency and skill-based learning. Skill is important. What are the skills? National Skill Development Corporation of the Government of India. அவங்க skills, competencies define பண்ணிருக்காங்க. சார் நான் எம்காம் முடிச்சுட்டேன், எம்எஸ்சி முடிச்சுட்டேன், ஒரு டிமேட் அக்கௌண்ட், ஒரு கரண்ட் அக்கௌண்ட், ஒரு சேவிங்ஸ் அக்கௌண்ட், ஒரு டெமி அஃபீஷியல் லெட்டர், இங்கிலீஷ் லிட்டரேச்சர், தமிழ் லிட்டரேச்சர் முடிச்சிருக்காங்க. ஒரு டெமி அஃபீஷியல் லெட்டருக்கும் அஃபீஷியல் லெட்டருக்கும் ஒரு வித்தியாசம் தெரிய மாட்டுது. கலெக்டருக்கு எப்படி மனு கொடுக்கறதுன்னு தெரிய மாட்டுது. தாசில்தாருக்கு ரெவென்யூ டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்டுக்கு எப்படி லெட்டர் எழுதுறதுன்னு தெரிய மாட்டுது. போலீஸ் ஸ்டேஷன் போய் எப்படி ஒரு கம்ப்ளைண்ட் கொடுக்கறதுன்னு தெரிய மாட்டுது. அப்புறம் நம்ம வாட் இஸ் த யூஸ் ஆஃப் ஆர் BA, BSc, BCom, MSc, MCom? In a day-to-day life, it should help. The education should help us in a day-to-day life and for our earning and for our mother, father-in-laws to live. This type of education will make a greater. So, Sri Vidya Mandir College, I wish this program a great success. Please deliberate, ask a lot of questions, have minimum interactions. Wisdom lies with you. The wisdom lies with you. Internal wisdom is more important. Have continuous meetings, interactions with faculty, department-wise, clubs, association, cultural activities, sports activities, ஒரு கல்ச்சரல் ப்ரோக்ராம், ஒரு ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் ப்ரோக்ராம், ஒரு கான்வெகேஷன் அட்ரஸ், ஒரு கிராஜுவேஷன் டே செரிமனி, அதுலயே குவாலிட்டி இருக்கணும். நம்மளுடைய டிபார்ட்மெண்டல் ரெக்கார்டிங்ஸ், டிபார்ட்மெண்டல் ஆக்டிவிட்டியில குவாலிட்டி இருக்கணும். இன்ட்ரா டிபார்ட்மெண்டல் ஆக்டிவிட்டி, ஒரு ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் ஆக்டிவிட்டி, ஒரு பட்டிமன்றம், everything there should be quality in its fullness. So this is where you should talk about. You should talk about quality in every aspect, in curriculum, in teaching, learning, in infrastructure. ஒரு மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்ல ஒரு பில்டிங் கட்டுறாங்க, அவரு கான்ட்ராக்டர் கட்டுறாரு, டீச்சர்ஸ் சொல்லணும் சார் இந்த ரூம் இப்படி வைக்கலாம் சார், இவ்வளவு ஹைட்ல இருக்கணும், இங்க ரெஸ்ட் ரூம் இங்க வைக்கலாம் சார், நீங்க ஃபீட்பேக் கொடுக்கணும். யூர் டீச்சர். செப்டம்பர் 5ஆம் தேதி நான் அடிக்கடி ஒரு கதை சொல்லியிருக்கேன். செப்டம்பர் 5ஆம் தேதி the president of India, the former president of India, Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, அவர் வந்து former vice president of India, டீச்சர்ஸ் டே கொண்டாடுறோம் எல்லாருக்கும். இல்ல சார் நாங்களாம் ஸ்கூல் இல்ல, நாங்களாம் காலேஜ்னு சொல்லக்கூடாது. Every teacher is a rabbi, a guru, Rabboni அப்படிங்கிறோம். குரு. அவர் வந்து ரஷ்யாவுக்கு போனாரு, யுனைடெட் சோவியத் சோசியலிஸ்ட் ரிப்பப்ளிக், USSRன்னு பேர் அந்த காலத்துல. பிரசிடென்ட் ஆஃப் இந்தியா அங்க போகக்குள்ள அவர் ஸ்கூல் பிள்ளைங்களோட இன்டராக்ட் பண்ணுவாரு. நம்ம பிரசிடென்ட் இஸ் எக்ஸலன்சி ஃபார்மர் பிரசிடென்ட் ஆஃப் இந்தியா டாக்டர் APJ அப்துல் கலாம் மாதிரி எப்ப பார்த்தாலும் ஸ்கூல் சில்ட்ரனோட நம்ம பிரசிடென்ட் சர்வப்பள்ளி ராதாகிருஷ்ணன் பேசுவார். அவர் போய் ரஷ்யால போயிட்டு ஒரு 5th ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் சில்ட்ரன் கிட்ட பேசியிருக்கிறார், ஸ்கூல் சில்ட்ரன் கிட்ட பேசியிருக்காரு. என்ன கேள்வி கேட்டாருன்னா, நான் ஒரு ஆப்பிள் வாங்குறேன் 1 ரூபாய்க்கு, அதை நான் 6 ரூபாய்க்கு விற்கிறேன், எவ்வளவு லாபம் வரும்னு கேட்டார். டாக்டர் ஜெயந்தி, டாக்டர் குணசேகரன், am I audible? கேக்குதாங்க? Thank you. Participation is more important. கேமராவை பார்த்து 1 ரூபலுக்கு ஒரு ஆப்பிள் வாங்கிட்டு, I bought a apple for 1 ruble and I sell it for 6 rubles. அந்த ஆப்பிள் 6 ரூபாய்க்கு வித்தா எவ்வளவு லாபம் வரும்னு கேட்டார் பிரசிடென்ட் ஆஃப் இந்தியா சர்வப்பள்ளி எஸ் ராதாகிருஷ்ணன். உடனே ஒரு பையன் எந்திரிச்சு சொன்னா, சார் உங்களை ஜெயில போட்டுருவாங்கன்னா, you will be jailed, you will be behind bars. இது ரஷ்யா நாடு, USSR. undivided United Soviet Socialist Republic. அதிகபட்ச விலையில லாபத்துல அந்த நாட்டுல ஒரு பொருளை வித்தா ஜெயில போட்டுருவாங்கன்னு சட்டம் இருக்குது. பிள்ளைங்களோட அறிவு நம்ம கிளாஸ்லயும் ஒரு கான்செப்ட் எடுக்கிறோம், ஒரு கேள்வி கேட்கிறோம், பையனுடைய அறிவு, இன்டெலெக்சுவல் கெப்பாசிட்டி, இன்டெலெக்சுவல் இன்டராக்ஷன், அவனுக்கு எந்த அளவுக்கு ஹையர் ஆர்டர் திங்கிங் ஸ்கில்ஸ் சொல்றோம் ரிவைஸ் ப்ளூம்ஸ் டாக்ஸானமில. இதுக்கெல்லாம் பிஎட் எம்எட் படிக்க வேணாம், படிச்சா தவறு இல்லை. அப்ப ஹையர் ஆர்டர் திங்கிங் எந்த அளவுக்கு பர்குலேட் ஆயிருக்குதுன்னு பாருங்க கிரவுண்ட் லெவல்ல. சாரி ஃபார் மை வெர்னாகுலர் லாங்குவேஜ், பீப்புள் ஃப்ரம் அதர் ஸ்டேட்ஸ் அண்ட் அதர் districts. So in a simple 90 minutes class, 60 minutes class, 45 minutes class, how effective we are in our teaching learning. Teachers make the nation. இல்ல சார், நான் வைஸ் பிரின்சிபல், நான் பிரின்சிபல், நான் ஹெச்ஓடின்னு சொல்லக்கூடாது. நீ வாத்தியார். As a teacher, assistant professor, associate professor, how effective you are in your teaching, in your day-to-day classroom activity. This is what quality is all about. This is what NAAC is propagating. சார், எங்களுக்கு ஏ கிரேட் வேணும், நாங்க டிவிவில 5 மார்க் கம்மி ஆயிட்டோம், இதே தான் சண்டை பிடிக்கிறீங்க. சார், நாங்க சி கிரேட் வாங்கியிருக்கோம், நாங்க பெருமையா இருக்கிறோம்னு யாராவது சொல்ல முடியுமா? மார்க் கிரேட். அதனால நான் கிரேடை பத்தி, எங்க கிரேடை பத்தி நான் தாழ்ந்து பேசல. திடீர்னு கவர்மெண்ட்ல சொல்றாங்க, எல்லாருக்கும் ஒரு பேச்சுக்கு பொன்முடிராஜ் சொன்னாரு, மிஸ் கோட் பண்ணாதீங்க, சி கிரேட் வாங்கினவங்களுக்கு ஃபெயில் ஆனவங்களுக்கு NAAC அக்ரெடிடேஷன்ல 30 கோடி கொடுக்குறோம்னு சொல்றாங்க. அல்ல ஐக்யூஎஸ்சி கோஆர்டினேட்டரும் வைஸ் பிரின்சிபல் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் எங்களுக்கு ஏ கிரேட் கொடுங்க, ஏ பிளஸ் நான் கேட்பீங்க. சார், 30 கோடி வருதுன்னா கவர்மெண்ட்ல கொடுக்குறாங்க சார், சி கிரேட் கொடுக்குன்னு கேட்பாங்களா? It is only for the sake of talking. But you must understand quality is disconnected. You must urge for quality. Vaisya College மக்கள் இருக்காங்க பாக்குறேன். I'm seeing Vaisya College people, other college people are there. I see Sacred College. I see people from Bihar University, BRA Muzaffarnagar University, people from Bihar. So many people are there. So kindly remember the story which I told you about the former president of India, Sarvapalli S. Radhakrishnan. A small story, a small anecdote. So the intellectual order of the thinking, higher order thinking of our children, they may be BA, BSc, BCom, MA, MSc, MCom, MPhil, PhD, DSc, DLit. He is a student. She's a student. How empowerment you give for the SC, ST, OBC, minorities, for the people who are poor, the forward caste people, the upper caste people who are poor. You must take care of everybody. All caste, immaterial of caste, creed, and religion. Stay tuned. How we are able to uplift through a beautiful educational system is very important. So I took around 13 minutes. Honorable President, Founder, Vice Principal, Secretary, Joint Secretary of the Society, Sri Vidya Mandir College, and I wish best wishes for this webinar. My good colleague, we have with me my colleague who's an assistant registrar of one of the universities, now as an assistant advisor. Dr. Darikin Kamble will also take the technical session on quality sustenance. In this chief guest and inaugural address, I wanted to make this 4 points very clear. I took the story of Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan and his experience in Russia, USSR. And I talked about 3 documents, Commonwealth of Learning to sum it up, on online teaching, Commonwealth of Learning, and the website la pori parunga, the book download pannunga. Okay, Vaisya College people, are you following? Dr. G. Suganti, did you follow what I said? The 3rd point is Guru Daksha of UGC. Ramchandran, are you with me? Dr. Ramchandran? Yes, Dr. Ramchandran. Yeah, and we wanted to just talk about the next document, Guru Daksha, NCRT document Diksha, and Swayam portal of Government of India. Swayam portal. These 4 things you please keep in mind in this inaugural session and have a very good deliberation. You have invited excellent resource persons. Please ask as many questions as possible and have a wonderful webinar. Best wishes. Thank you. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your gracious gift. Thank you, sir, for your gracious chief guest address. Next, I take the privilege of calling upon our secretary, Thiru R.P. Raji, to felicitate. Over to you, sir.
நமது நிறுவனர், முதல்வர், இணைச் செயலர், துணை முதல்வர், ஒருங்கிணைப்பாளர்கள், சிறப்பு பேச்சாளர்கள் மற்றும் பங்கேற்பாளர்கள் அனைவருக்கும் எனது காலை வணக்கம். மிக சிறந்ததொரு ஆலோசனைகளை வழங்கிய நமது சிறப்பு விருந்தினர்களுக்கு என் முதற்கண் நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். நாம் உலகளவு தரம் வாய்ந்த உயர்கல்வியை கொடுப்பதற்காக நமது அரசாங்கம், மத்திய அரசாங்கமானது இந்த NAAC பிரகாரம் மிக சிறந்த முறையில் நம்மையும் நமது கல்லூரியும் மேம்படுத்தி கொண்டால் மாணவிகளுக்கு தரமான கல்வியை வழங்க வேண்டும் என்பதற்காக கல்லூரிகளின் தரத்தை உயர்த்துவதற்காக மிக சிறந்த முறையில் நம்மை தயார்படுத்தி கொண்டுள்ளார்கள். இந்த கருத்தரங்கில் பங்கேற்றுள்ள அனைவரும் நமது சிறப்பு விருந்தினர்களின் உரைகளை கேட்டு மிக தரம் வாய்ந்த ஒரு கல்வியை பெறுவதற்கும் சிறந்த கல்வி நிறுவனமாக திகழ்வதற்கும் உங்களை நீங்கள் மேம்படுத்திக் கொள்ள வேண்டுமாய் கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன். இக்கருத்தரங்கம் சிறந்த முறை வெற்றி பெற எனது வாழ்த்துக்கள். நன்றி.
Thank you, sir. It's a privilege to have a dynamic gentleman with us who is a driving tool behind all the program of the college. It is none other than our most respected principal, Dr. T. Balasubramanian. Sir, I request you to felicitate.
Respected founder, secretary, joint secretary, chief guests, and other dignitaries, heads and faculty members of our college, and participants from various institutions at national level. A warm good morning to one and all present over here. According to the quote of Nelson Mandela, education is the most powerful weapon which can use to change the world. Education plays a vital role in the development of any nation. Therefore, there is a premium on both quantity and quality of higher education. The NAAC has been set up to facilitate the volunteering institutions to access their performance, set up parameter through introspection and a process that provides a space for participation of the institutions. This webinar is organized by IQAC of our college with the objective that the recently introduced system of national assessment and accreditation in the form of a new quality indicator framework and its a different parameter to make the process more user-friendly and effective for the different stakeholders of the higher educational institutions, such as principals, IQAC coordinators, IQAC members, academicians, and experts in this field. With the encouragement and support from the management, it was possible for us to make all arrangement for the smooth and successful conduction of this webinar. I hope that the fruit of this virtual seminar will reach the participant and academicians in the field of higher education and will work positively for the vibrant functioning of the IQAC and the process of assessment and accreditation at large. I wish and congratulate organizing team of IQAC on the beautiful success of this national webinar. It will be a splendid event, both in terms of intellectual quality and social gratification. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your presentation. Next, I call upon a man of dedication and service round the clock. He is none other than our Vice Principal, Dr. N. Gunasekaran, Sri Vidya Mandira Arts and Science College, to felicitate. Over to you, sir.
Most Honorable Founder, Thiru V. Chandrasekharan, Most Respected Secretary, Thiru R.P. Raji, Sri Vidyamandir Arts and Science College, Katteri Uttangarai, Krishna District, Tamil Nadu, India. Most Respected Additional Secretary, Thiru P. Venkatachalam, Most Respected and Dynamic young Principal, Dr. T. Balasubramaniam, Sri Vidyamandir Arts and Science College, Uttangarai. Most Distinguished Professor B.S. Unmudi Raj, Advisor, NAAC, Bangalore. Most Venerable Professor S. Karuthapandian, Dean, Faculty of Science and Director, IQAC, Ayappa University, Karaikudi. Most Respectable Dr. Amya Kumar Rao, Advisor, NAAC, Bangalore, and other dignitaries, professors, principals, coordinators, heads of various departments, heads of various institutions, and my dear members of IQAC, of various institutions of Tamil Nadu and outside Tamil Nadu. A pleasant morning to one and all gathered in the webinar. First of all, I would like to convey my heartfelt thanks to the UGC NAAC for sponsoring for a 2-day national level seminar on role of NAAC in enhancing quality in higher education institutions. So there is a saying by an American philosopher, psychologist, and education reformer: education is not preparation for life, education is life itself. To mold such a life through education, the IQAC of Sri Vidyamandir Arts and Science College has taken many steps, and one among is this 2-day international national level seminar. And I hope this seminar will enhance the quality of our institution as well as in all the minds of the listeners and the participants of this national level seminar, virtual seminar. And I request all the members to interact and enthusiastically participate and answer and respond so as to make it a grand success. Thank you for one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As we come to our end of this inaugural session, I call upon Dr. S. Jayakumar, Assistant Professor of Mathematics, to render a note of gratitude.
Good morning to all. I deem it a great honor and privilege to propose vote of thanks for this memorable occasion. First and foremost, I thank our honorable founder, Thiru V. Chandrasekharan, Sri Vidyamandir Group of Educational Institution, Uttangarai, for his moral support of this webinar. We are grateful to our Secretary, Thiru R.P. Raji, and Joint Secretary, Thiru P. Venkatachalam, for his words of encouragement. His able guidance as always encourages. I thank them for his kindness and support. I thank our well-wisher, Principal Dr. T. Balasubramaniam, for his stewardship, support, vision, and commitment. I thank our Principal and Vice Principal for their unstained support of this webinar. My heartfelt thanks to Dr. N. Gunasekharan and Dr. J. Satish Kumar, Coordinator of IQAC, and the team members for their valuable contribution, guidance, and encouragement in all our efforts. I thank our distinguished Professor B.S. Ponmudiraj, Advisor, National Assessment and Accreditation Council, Bengaluru, for Chief Guest Address. Last but not least, I thank you, my friends, for your cooperation in making this webinar a resounding success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And now it's time for our sessions. To introduce the chief guest of the session, I call upon a prime person who is bestowed with many degrees from the university and lot of assignments from our college for his proficiency. He needs no special intro as he is familiar to all. It is Dr. S. Suresh, Controller of Examinations, Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College, Autonomous.
Most respected resource persons for this two-day national seminar sponsored by the NAAC, dear organizers and participants. It's my great honor to introduce Dr. B.S. Ponmudiraj, who is the advisor of the NAAC in academic affairs. Prior to joining the NAAC, he started his teaching career as assistant professor in the Department of Statistics, Christ College, Bangalore. Then he joined Loyola College, Chennai, and worked as assistant professor in the Department of Mathematics and Computer Science. Besides, he had been a visiting faculty to the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel National Institute of Textile Management, Coimbatore. Dr. Ponmudiraj has a vast teaching and educational administrative experience of 28 years. His special interests are training of successors for quality assurance and quality literacy. He has published several research articles in journals and also in book chapters. Apart from presenting research findings in several international and national level seminars and conferences, he has been a resource person for the several seminars and conferences and also invited speaker for academic activities. He had organized many national level access training programs and performed the role of trainer for the same. He had published reports on higher education on specific areas. One of his unique achievements is he has visited more than 350 colleges and universities throughout the India pertaining to NAAC activities. For academic purpose, he has visited several European and Asian countries such as UK, France, Australia, Belgium, Colombia, Vietnam, etc. In view of enhancing proficiency in quality assurance and peer review process, he underwent training for the same in a couple of Australian universities. As an international expert, he was the chairman of the accreditation committee for the Department of Architecture, American International University, Bangladesh, Dhaka, and also chairman of the accreditation committee for 3 colleges in Nepal, trainer for quality assurance and a peer review workshop conducted at Queen, Vietnam, and also host and coordinator for many international delegations on behalf of the NAAC. So with this brief introduction, I hand over the session to the organizers.
Thank you, sir, for your brief introduction. It's time for us to sharpen our senses to be acquainted with the skillful and needy knowledge that our eminent professor, Dr. B.S. Ponmudiraj, advisor, NAAC, Bengaluru, is going to share with us towards the betterment of all of us. And his session would be an educative one on innovative practices in quality sustenance and enhancement in present scenario. Over to you, sir.
I'm audible, madam? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Questionnaire
Yes,
or
sir.
interview?
I'm audible, sir?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good morning, one and all. On behalf of NAAC family, I'm going to present a presentation on quality enhancement to improve the quality education in the institution. On behalf of Dr. B.S. Panudiraj, I am presenting here myself, Dr. D.K. Kamble, Assistant Advisor, NAAC, Bengaluru. The quality enhancement, it is a part of the IQSC in the institution. Then what is the role of IQSC? To initiate the quality education in the institution. For that, internal quality assurance cell is the important role to play in the institution. PPT is not working. Wait, please. Okay, just some technical problem. I will continue my presentation about quality assurance in the institutions. I'm audible now, madam, now? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, sir, it is audible, sir.
Okay. See, the quality assurance and enhancement education in the institution, it is required to cope up with the current changes and upcoming trends in the education field. And there will be two assessments in the institution through IQSC, that is external and internal assessment, that is AAA, academic and administrative audit. Internal quality assurance refers to all the policies and practices in the institutions that is related to academic institutions themselves, monitor and improve the quality of their educational provisions. So external quality assurance refers to leading institutional policies and practices whereby the quality of higher education institutions and programs are assured. So its impact on quality assurance on educational institutions, framework is required for quality evaluation and standards of parameters for skill development, program enhancement, institutional network, collaborative learnings, and outbound hands-on experience, improvised outworks, coursework, and syllabus, workshops, curricular and co-curricular academic programs, conference, and seminars from checklist and at the academic levels, and upgradation of syllabus, faculty development programs, student staff ratio, activity-based benchmark in the institution needs to be created among all the stakeholders regarding importance of quality assurance, assessment, and effectiveness. Then what is the actual objective of the IQAC to enhance the quality education? First, the prime task of the IQAC in the institution is to develop a system for conscious, consistent, and catalytic improvement in the overall performance of the institution, and to promote holistic academic development of institutions during the post-accreditation period. And again, there is one important objective, it to and measure of the institution of quality culture and institutionalization of best practices.
Sir, it is not audible, sir.
Now, it's audible, no, madam?
Yes, sir. Now it is okay, sir. Yes, sir. Now you are audible.
Yeah. So, okay. And then some of the aspects which is related to higher education through IQAC in the institution, national coordination by an independent centers or agencies, internal evaluation resulting in self-assessment report is important, intermittent evaluation by external experts partially based on establishment self-assessment findings, publication of evaluation outcomes, including recommendations for improvement of quality education, implementation of the recommendations, assessment of the appropriateness and effectiveness of the quality assurance methods and procedures. Then what is the rule of IQAC? So internal quality assurance cell is the tactics for performance, evaluation, assessment, quality upgradation of higher education institutions. NAAC initiate that every accredited institutions should establish an internal quality assurance cell, IQAC, as a post-accreditation quality sustenance measurements. And IQAC is a main rule in the institution to improve the quality education. As quality enhancement is a continuous process, the IQAC will become a part of the institution system and work towards objective. Then the preparation of annual report is also very important through IQAC. IQAC is after once the institution accredited by NAAC, the role of IQAC is very important, and to know the progress of quality education in institution, to progress the different activities in the institution through submission of AQR. So it should be maintained by IQAC. So AQR is nothing but annual quality assurance report. Yearly submission of AQR to the NAAC, and that same AQR, it should be available in their institutional website. For that, the preparation of AQR as per guidelines and parameters of NAAC to be submitted to the NAAC, because NAAC has developed a separate AQRs respective of their institutions. The parameters are there as per the criteria wise. The institution has to fill yearly, and they have to submit the yearly AQR to the NAAC. Then only the institution knows what is the progress of their institution and what they want to improve again for upcoming days. And to develop and development and application of quality benchmarks or some parameters for various academic and administrative activities of the institutions. facilitating the creation of an learner-centric environment conducive to quality education in the institution. Faculty adopt the required knowledge and technology for participatory teaching and learning process. Feedback responses from students, parents, and other stakeholders on quality-related institutional process, because these are the some of the parameters which will covered in the AQR, and all this it is available in manuals. Then function of the IQAC. First, to communication of information on various quality parameters of higher education. IQAC should organize internal and intra-institutional workshop or any seminars, conference related to quality related themes. Documentation of the various programs or any activities leading to quality improvement. Acting as a nodal agency of the institution for coordinating quality-related activities, including adoption and dissemination of best practices. Development and maintenance of institutional database through MIS for the purpose of maintaining and enhancing the institutional quality, and development of quality culture in the institutional. So these are the responsibilities functioning in the IQAC. See some strategies for IQACs. Ensuring timely, efficient, and progressive performance of academic and administrative and financial tasks in the institutional. Then some of the strategies related to the relevance and quality of academic and research programs in the institutions. Nowadays, academic work, academic activity is also very important. So apart from that, research initiative activity is also very important nowadays in the higher education system. Equitable access and affordability of academic programs for various sections of the society. Optimization and integration of modern methods of teaching and learning. See, modern means use of ICT tools. Now all people they are using through web, virtual programs, webinars, and even though the teachers are taking online classes to the students during this pandemic situation. So for that modern methods and teaching and learning tools are also very important to the credibility of evaluation procedures, ensuring the adequacy, maintenance, and functioning of the support structure and services in the institution. Research sharing and networking with other institutions in India and abroad. For that also there are two metrics in the manual related to collaboration or MOUs. So the institution, they may exchange the student exchange, faculty exchange, or research exchange between your organization to another organization. So this is also one of the important part activity in the institution to share the research activities and networking with other institutions. Means you can collaborate from your organization to other organizations, not sister organizations. Then, what are the benefits of IQAC existence? After once the institution accredited by NAAC or once the IQAC implemented in the institution, what are the benefits to the institution to improve the education in higher education system? Make sure that increased level of clarity and focus in the institutional functioning towards quality enhancement. This is one important benefit. Make sure that increased level of clarity and focus in institutional functioning towards quality enhancement. Number two, internationalization of the quality culture. Ensure that enhancement and coordination among various activities of the institution and institutionalize all good practices. And institution has to provide a sound basis for decision making to improve institutional functions and to represent a dynamic system for quality changes in higher education institution, to improve an organized methodology of documentation and internal communication. So in the IQAC, to maintaining of documents is very important for the NAAC assessment. Then IQAC may be constituted in various institutions under the chairmanship of the head of the institution. How to constitute a IQAC in the institution? As per our NAAC guidelines, there is some parameters. How it is the chairman of the head of the institution with heads of important academic and administrative unit. This is the framework, and a few teachers and a few distinguished educationists and representatives of local management and stakeholders should be involved in the IQAC committee in the institution. How it is the composition of IQAC? See, the chairperson, who is the chairperson of the IQAC, means head of the institution, most probably he will be the chairman of the IQAC committee. A few senior administrative officers, it should be involved in the IQAC. 3 to 8 teachers, it should be involved in the IQAC. 1 member from the management. 1 or 2 nominees from local society or students and alumni. 1 or 2 nominees from employers, industrialists, and stakeholders. And 1 of the senior teacher in the institution, he may be the coordinator of the IQAC in the college level. If it is university, he may be the director of the IQAC. So these are the structures to frame the IQAC team in the institution. Then only you know the what is the strength, weaknesses in the institutions. Some of the points are here to discuss. Selecting the members. It is advisable to choose persons from various backgrounds who have earned respect for integrity and excellence in the teaching and learning. While you are selecting the members, frame the IQAC committee. So your view. Hello. I'm audible.
Yes, sir. It is
Hello.
audible, sir.
Hello, madam. Hello, sir.
Sir, yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
I'm audible, no, madam.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
okay. Okay, thank you, thank you. I'm continuing. See, while you are framing the or constituting the IQAC team, your view, your vision, it should be on the educational background. So it is advisable to choose a person from various backgrounds who have earned respect for integrity and excellence in the teaching and research. Means they know the background of the education, and they will suggest how to improve the quality education in the institution. And they should be aware of the ground realities of the institutional environment. That members, they know the environmental, they know the strength and weakness of the particular institution. And they should be known for their commitment to improving the quality of teaching and learning. And it is advisable to change the coordinator after 2 or 3 years to bring a new thoughts, new things and activities in the institution. And also it to be a good administrator, senior administrator persons in charge of institutional service such as a library, computer center, estate, student welfare, administration, academic tasks and examinations, and planning and development. The management representatives should be a person who is aware of the institutional main objectives, limitations, and strength, and committed to its improvement. And local society representatives should be of a high social standing, and they should have made significant contributions to society and in particular in the education field. Then after this entire quality enhancement taken in the institution through IQAC, then what is the role of coordinator of the IQAC? That's also an important role. The role of the coordinator of the IQAC is crucial in ensuring the effective functioning of all the members. And the coordinator of the IQAC may be a senior or competent person with experience and exposure in quality aspects. He or she may be a full-time functionary, or to start with, she or he may be a senior academician or administrator entrusted with the IQAC as an additional responsibility apart from the regular teaching work. Secretarial assistance may be facilitated by the administration. It is essential that the coordinator may have a sound knowledge about the computers and data management. Nowadays, all work it is through online. How to maintain the documents, how to maintain that database in the system. He knows the computer knowledge and its various functions such as usage for effective communications through internal department-wise or through IQAC to the university or through IQAC to the government organizations like quality education, NAAC, RUSA, UGC. Nowadays, that computerized work is also very important. Then operationals. The quality assurance is a byproduct of ongoing efforts to define the objectives of an institution and to have a work plan to achieve them and to specify the checks and balances to evaluate the degrees to which each of the tasks is fulfilled. Devotion and commitment to improvement rather than mere institutional control is the basis for devising procedures and instruments for assuring quality. The right balance between the health and growth of an institution needs to be struck. The IQC has to ensure that whatever is done in the institution for education is done efficiently and effectively with high standards. Then, here again I want to discuss, IQC will have to first establish procedures and modalities to collect the data and information on various aspects of institutional function. See example, whatever activities are going on in the institution, it may be department-wise, or it may be institution as a whole, or through IQAC. That all information, data, documents, it should be in a systematic manner, and that all documents with seal and signature, with justification, it should be available in the IQAC apart from the particular section. Why this is I am telling? Because while you are going for applying NAAC, that time NAAC will ask only the proof, that is purpose of DVV process. Hence, that the collection of the data and information is very, very important, and it should be available in the IQAC. And coordinator of the IQAC will have a major role in implementing these functions. IQAC may derive major support from the already existing units and mechanisms that contribute to the functions listed above. Operational features and functions discussed so far are broad-based to facilitate institutions towards academic excellence, and institutions may adapt them to their specific needs. Prerequisites for submission of IIQA. Then, after this entire process, enhancing quality education in the institution, after improvement of the institution's documents, then if the institution wish to apply IIQA to the NAAC, then before applying IIQA, they should have a entire SSR in hand with hard copy and one soft copy, along with all the supporting documents with seal signature justifications. So it is possible only through the quality enhanced education in the institution through IQAC. So the Executive Committee of NAAC has decided that the regular submission of AQR, that annual quality assurance report, is mandatory for second and subsequent cycles from 16th September 2016. And some of the points I wanted to share with you here, having a functional IQAC. First, the IQAC, it should be functioning in the institution regularly, and they should maintain regular activities in the department through IQAC or in the institution. And the minutes of the IQAC meeting and compliance to the decision should be uploaded on the institutional website. whatever they are taking the meeting through IQAC agenda and that minutes of the meeting, it should be available in their institution website. And it is mandatory submission of AQR on regular basis for institutions undergoing the second and subsequent cycles for assessment and accreditation by NAAC. And upload the AQRs on institutional website for access to all the stakeholders. Whatever you are doing, whatever you are submitting to NAAC, that same document, it should be available in institutional website to know the quality education system in that particular education. Then after this, some of the questions require institutions to provide the supporting documents to be provided. And the supporting documents or any proof for a question can be uploaded by clicking on choose file button. It is all available in the institution website and apart from NAAC. See, related to IQAC, there are some metrics which is covered in criteria 6 that is related to governance, leadership, and management. In that, here I wanted to share some few metrics which is related to rule of IQAC in the institution, institutional vision and leadership. The institution has to prepare one standard vision and leadership that it should be available in their website. And strategy, development, and deployment. Faculty empowerment strategies, financial management and resource mobilization. All these are the qualitative related metrics. While you are preparing the SSR, just to give a descriptive write-up answer for qualitative metrics, minimum 300 to maximum 500 words. Then 6.5, it is related to quantitative metrics. As you know that in the manual, there are two types of the metrics. Qualitative, that is QLM, which will be evaluated by peer team visit during on-site, that is 30%, and QNM, that is quantitative metrics, which will be evaluated, that is third-party DVV, data validation verification, and it is purely based on the SSR. So whatever input, whatever data, whatever documents given by the institution in the SSR, based on that, the DVV third party will be evaluated, that is quantitative related metrics. Here in criteria 6.5, the internal quality assurance system. That what are those you have taken the initiatives through IQAC, though you have to do the answer. Then IQAC and AQS. See, here I can give an explanation in the related to rule of IQAC. That related to that in the manual criteria 6.1 internal quality assurance cell has contributed significantly for institutionalizing the quality assurance strategies and processes. Number 2, one more qualitative metrics, that is 6.2 also QLM. The institution reviews its teaching learning process, structures and methodologies of operations and learning outcomes at periodic interval through IQAC, set up as per norms and recorded the incremental improvement various activities. 6.3, that is also QNM, that means quantitative quality assurance initiatives of the institution, includes for that 10 weightages is there in the manual. For that, number 1, options are there. There are 4 options related to quantitative metric of 6.3, regular meeting of internal quality assurance cell. For that, you have to produce the documents, the minutes of the meeting, proceedings of the meeting, whether you collected the feedback from the student, that analyzed or not, whether you have taken action taken, or whether that feedback collected, action taken report, whether it is available in the institution website or not, that documents are required for the assessment. Then in that, number 2, collaborative quality initiatives with other institutions. Through IQAC, how many activities you have done through other institutions, through collaboration of other institutions. If you have done some activities with other institutions, for that, the institution has to provide reports or photos, whatever documents related to the activity. Then number 3, in that, if the institution applied for NIRF, if applied, then provide that certificate. Any other quality audit recognized by the state, national, international, like ISO certified, or by sometime MBA accredited, so you can provide this. So these are the quality initiatives in criteria 6. This is a submission of AQR. AQR, it is also mandatory to submit regularly to the NAAC. Then here I wanted to discuss some online submission only. See, for AQR related, from January 2019 onwards, AQR to be submitted online through NAAC portal only. Earlier, the institutions has to use to send email AQR. No, now from January 19, it is compulsory and it is mandatory to all the institutions. If they wish to apply, submit AQR, the institution has to submit through HI portal. And that option is available in the HI portal. Prior to January 2019, NAAC accepted AQR by emails, but now that system it is not known, only through online. Then what if institution missed out submission of AQR prior to the year prior 1919? Any submission of AQR are online only for present or previous years. Any. See here related to AQR annual quality assurance report, there are two parts. Part one, it is about 17 preliminary details. It is covered in the AQR format about institution, about IQAC and its plan of action, about AQR and its process for approval, about institutions participation, AISHE, AISHA, and about MIS of the institution. Then part two, it is related to each criteria, that is curriculum aspects. First criteria one, number two, teaching learning evaluation, research innovation extension, fourth, infrastructure and learning resource, student support and progression, sixth, governance, leadership and management, seventh one, institutional values and best practices. So part two, totally it is the based on criteria wise analysis. Then AQR submission by institution. So after submitted AQR by the institution, concerned NAAC officer, they will review your AQR. Need any clarification after submitted, again the concerned officer for re-editing with comments. Please go through the comments and edit it, submit, and once again submit the AQR to the NAAC. Then finally, AQR may be approved and accepted by NAAC concerned officer. This shows your internal quality enhancement improvement in the institution. Then some important instructions, question are there. Data can be filled year-wise only. Nowadays, in this online system, so there are 4 types of data is required for the assessment. Some of the metrics are there, required file data. Some of the metrics are required collective data. Some of the metrics are their option. And some of the metrics are there current academic year data, means last completed academic year data. No changes possible after approval. Data to be adequately supported by the templates and documents. It should be match template with data. That template, it should be matched with supporting documents. Procedures. So this is the screenshot which is available in the institutional portal for submission of AQR. So this is the filling, how to fill the AQR through your portal. This it shows part one, then URL link, save button, and you go by procedure price. So this is the portal for submission of part one AQR in the institutional portal. Then part two, filling the AQR criteria wise, 1 to 7 questions, quantitative and qualitative metrics are there. Then institution has to give the descriptive answer, required any data, then fill it and submit it. If there is no any information or data in particular matrix, the institution has to fill nil or 0 and submit the AQR. Like this. Then after submitted AQR, in your portal only you know the status of your AQR details. See here. Date what you submitted AQR, when it was submitted, that all information is available in your portal. This is the same vision, it is available in your portal. there are some important questions. Means frequently asked question for assessment. How many AQS formats are there as on date? If question is there, there are 3. One university format, one affiliated college format, and one autonomous college format. Is there a separate AQR format for autonomous college? Yes. University format is different, autonomous different, and affiliated college different. Is AQR format different from different years? No. Nowadays, it is there. Is NAAC validates or checks the AQR with DVV? No. There is no relation between AQR and DVV process. Will DVV clarifications be asked for AQR? No. Coordinator can send remarks only related to AQR. There is no link between AQR and the DVV. DVV, it is totally different after submission of the SSR. Whether previous 5 years AQRs or 4 AQRs mandatory, cycle, second or subsequent cycle, institution has to. It is also most of the institutions, they are getting confusion about academic year. See, June 1st to 31st May every year, we are considering as an academic year. Why so many update data documents in AQR? Continuously quality assurance system in higher education system. For submission of irregularly AQR, institution knows their quality, they know their progress, and they know their strength and weaknesses in the institution, each or criteria wise. Can we use software developed by market for AQR to submit AQR? No. Whatever it is developed by NAAC only, whatever provided NAAC only, with format of AQR, institution has to submit. What NAAC is doing with AQRs? Monitoring the quality assessment of the institution. Can I submit AQR after submitting online IIQA? Yeah, yes. See, after submission of IIQA, that assessment period is different, but yearly the AQR submission is mandatory. Whether the portal allows online AQR submission after the deadline? Yes. Now it is also available in institutional portal. Should we answer all the questions in AQR? Yes. If not applicable, you can enter text content as nil or number 00. Can we put nil or NA in the part A or part B questions? Yes, whatever it is possible. If it system takes NA, you can put NA. If it is not taking NA, then you can put number 00. Example, our AQR 2018-19 is accepted now. The institution can upload through online, NAAC will accept. Our AQR 18-19 is accepted, but it was actually 17-18. Can we edit our AQR? Give IMS to the NAAC. If you need any changes, any addition, there is no provision. Otherwise, you can send on IMS, concerned officer, they will review. If required, they will again send for re-editing. We have submitted AQRs for 14, 15, 15, 16, 16, 17, and 17, 18, and we do have acknowledgement from NAAC, but now the portal says to submit online the AQR. What we should be? See, only you need to submit remaining AQRs. Whatever submitted earlier, you have received the acknowledgement through email. That is okay. Which year you have not submitted AQR, now you can submit through online. So these are the questions are there related to AQR. Means AQR is also one of the mandatory procedure in the institution to know the progress of institutional year-wise. So all these are the repeated questions. With this brief presentation, I conclude my presentation here now, and I request to the organizing committee, over to organizing committee.
Thank you, sir.
Now over to the participants for questions. Participants, you may ask questions.
Participants, chief guest is online. You can make your questions if any. Or else you can also post the question in the chat box so that the resource person reads it or we convey him.
Participants, it is over to you for the questions.
Are you audible, ma'am?
Yes, madam.
I am Dr. R. Satyakala, Sri Vidya Mother Arts and Science College, Krishnagiri, Tamil Nadu. I have one doubt, ma'am. Is AQ,
Where is it? Madam, just a minute.
Okay, audible, please go ahead, ma'am.
is AQAR format different for different years, sir?
Yeah. No, the different year, different colleges. University is different, autonomous different, and college is different. But every year same format.
Every year same format, sir?
Okay. Sir.
So we are preparing the document is same, sir?
Yeah, same.
So okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your valuable answer.
Thank you.
The question in the chat box, sir. Should the quality education be improved in higher level or primary level?
Higher level, madam.
Yes, is there any questions, participants? Audience, the resource person is online.
If there is no question, then we'll wind up, madam.
Okay, sir. And I think there are no other questions, sir. And thank you, sir. Your session was really very useful to all. And I hope this session
would be very beneficial to all the colleges, including us. Thank you, sir, for your most lucid and accomplished session.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sridevi ma'am. In chat box, one question, ma'am.
Sir, there is a question, sir.
Okay, please.
Yes, madam. Sir, there's a question. Can you give an example for quality culture? It is by Ranjit Priya.
சொல்லிட்டு எல்லாம் ஒரு காப்பி கொடுத்துருக்கோம். நான் அப்புறமேட்டுக்கு போயிட்டு ஃபைல் எடுத்து பார்த்துட்டு என்ன மாதிரி லெட்டர் பண்றேன்.
Jayanti ma'am. Jayanti ma'am, kindly mute your audio. There's a question in the chat box, sir. Can you give an example for quality culture? Sir, am I audible to you, sir? Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
சந்திரவாங்க அப்பா.
Hello, organizers. Hello.
Sir, you are audible, sir. Yes, sir. Morning, sir.
So I am audible now. So
yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Yeah, the volume is okay.
Okay, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir. Now let's start, sir. We now enter into the second session of the day, and I call upon Dr. K.M. Prabhu, IQAC member and assistant professor of physics, Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College Autonomous, to introduce our eminent professor, S. Karuthapandian, Dean, Faculty of Science and Director, IQAC, Alagappa University, Karaikudi. Over to you, sir.
I am happy to introduce Senior Professor S. Karuthapandian, DSc, has been heading the Department of Biotechnology, Alagappa University in Viudi, March 2002. He additionally served Alagappa University in those different capacities, along with the Special Officer, Planning and Development, Director of Science Campus, Dean of Research, Dean, Faculty of Science, Member of the Syndicate, Member of the Finance Committee, Member of the Planning Board, and a Member of Vice Chancellor Officiating Committee. He is likewise serving as Director of IQAC and Dean, Faculty of Science, second term since July 2017 and February 2020, respectively. His organization has been working on novel antiviral sensing and antibiofilm agent from herbal source with unique hobby on marine microbiology, metabolism, and is suitable for heating herbal assets, and the equal has been highlighted in Natural India. That's a DOI number 10.1038 by N India.2012.72. He has attracted finances to the music of rupees 6.10 crores for 15 research activities initiatives along with the Prime Minister New Millennium India Technology Leadership Indicated NMI TLI project, biotechnology for leather and a society much critical and sensitive environmental impact monitoring EMI of Sedu Samudram Chip Channel Project SSCP. As coordinator, he has attracted funds to the music of rupees 14.39 crores for scheme inclusive of DBT DFI, DBT HRD, DST FIST, UGC SEP, and UGC DSR. The research work performed through his organization through commercial sponsorship has culminated in submitting 28 Indian patents, out of which 2 were granted and 14 posted. He has posted extra than 223 studies papers in SEA journals with a cumulative effect aspect of 630 and H index of 49, also 8,081 citations and an I-10 index of 159, and presented 333 papers in national and international conferences, seminar, workshop, and delivered 39 lectures in reference courses and 73 special keynote addresses. He has submitted 824 DNA sequences in GenBank European Eulogria Archive ENA, which include whole collection of a novel chemistry plasmid isolated from Serratia medicines. He has prepared 21 workshop seminar, each at national and international degree, and a DBT funded education training programs for school toppers. He has guided 28 full-time research scholars for PhD and 94 postgraduates MSc Biotech and 44 post-MSc Advanced Diploma in Molecular Diagnostics College students in their dissertations. Law of Microbiology Singapore, Springer Journal, and the Journal of Medical Microbiological Society of General Microbiology UK. He has obtained numerous awards constituting of the Tamil Nadu Science Award, Cancer in Biomedical Lifetime Achievements Award 2016, Malawiya Memorial Award, Senior Faculty, Biotech Research Society India, Professor of Excellence Award 2018, and UGC Mid Career Award 2018. Thank you, sir. Thank you for guest opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Prabhu, sir. It is now time for us to hand over the session to Professor S. Karutha Pandian for his session on research publication in NAAC's point of view. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Prabhu, for your elaborate introduction. And are you able to see my slide?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for having invited me to share my experience and expertise with the participants of the two-day national level seminar on the role of NAAC in enhancing quality in higher educational institutions, organized by the IQAC cell of Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College, Kateri. So in this lecture, I'm going to talk about the importance of publications in NAAC's point of view. And so there is an aphorism, publish or perish. It is an old phrase from Coolidge H.J. in the year 1932. So since then, the view has changed. NAAC was having what is known as SWOT, strength, weakness, threat, strength, weakness, opportunities, and threat. That was changed to strength, weakness, opportunities, and challenges. So we need not consider threat as a threat. So we need to consider it as a challenge. Okay, so in that way, now the phrase publish or perish has got changed to publish and flourish. It is a common phrase nowadays. And so after all, why do we do research? because according to Zora Neale Hudson, who is an American author, anthropologist, and women's champion, research is formalized curiosity. It is poking and prying with a purpose. According to Albert Szent-Györgyi, who was an Hungarian biochemist who isolated vitamin C for the first time and made known the components and reactions of citric acid cycle to the world, once said, research is to see what everybody else has seen and to think what nobody else has thought. And another lady who is again the African American lady who fought for the freedom of women in America. So after all, the ultimate goal of all research is not objectivity, but truth. So that is from Deutsch. Okay. So, and then, so why do we do research? Organizers,
kindly
can you
unmute.
please mute all others? Organizers, I think it
Yes,
is
sir. Yes,
possible.
sir.
It is possible. In,
Yes, sir.
in
Yes,
this
sir. Yes,
platform.
sir.
Yeah.
Sorry for the interruption, sir. Sorry.
And don't hesitate to remove these kind of people.
Okay, sir. Okay,
They
sir.
are not serious people. Okay.
Sure,
So
sir. Sure, sir.
it is a nuisance for all of us.
We apologize, sir. Sorry, sir.
Take note of those individuals. Do not allow them to enter again. So why do we do research? Because research will contribute to new knowledge and it will address the gaps in knowledge. So research is incremental in nature. So there is some path-breaking inventions can also occur, like Newton found the gravitational force, or there can be incremental. So what most of us we do is incremental in nature. When compared to our teachers, our seniors, how much we have added new knowledge in that field. And thereby we are addressing the gap in knowledge. And you can propagate knowledge, you can replicate knowledge and broaden perspectives. So when you do research, then only you will have a different angle to a same problem. Otherwise, you will be monotonous and so you will be thinking in a particular line only. So you can broaden your perspectives and inform practice. So whatever you do, you are informing to the outside world so that others can also practice and get benefited and ask different questions. Okay, so just a minute. Sorry for the interruption. So, and then so ask different questions and ask questions differently. Okay, so that is research. And so what makes an outstanding research? There should be novelty, there should be originality in the research what we are doing. So novelty invariably culminates in coming out with intellectual property. Intellectual property is a non-tangible property. So you cannot visualize it, but not like a building or your furniture like that. So it is an intangible thing, but it is very important. So always novelty should be there in your research and originality should be there. We should not repeat what others have done and clear and specific objectives should be there. So once you start your research, there should be specific objectives, hypothesis, and the expected outcomes. What is the alternate way in which you can overcome if you come across any problem in pursuing the objectives like that. Then comes elegant design and execution. Then contribute new and extended knowledge. So this is a hallmark of outstanding research. So when it comes to research publication in NAAC's point of view, okay, so for example, exploration and reflection are crucial for any teacher to be effective in one's job. So you have to explore. Just we cannot just come and go. We have to explore the avenues available. And so that is an important, crucial aspect of a teacher. And we have to explore. If you think that we don't have the facilities to start any research in college, so that is not an excuse. We have to make an oasis in the midst of a desert. So that is the job of a teacher. So a teacher has to explore. And quality research outcome is beneficial for the discipline. Okay, so if you do the quality research, so that will enhance the quality of that discipline. Suppose you are from history, so that will enhance the discipline. And society as well as industry. For example, we are doing many projects for industries. So when we do it, then when they get the products they want, then they come again and then they ask us to go for a second phase, third phase, like that. And then it has to satisfy the requirements of the region as well as the nation. Okay. And and then research is done according to NAAC for sharing of knowledge. So especially theoretical and practical knowledge obtained through research, okay, through various media. That can be a journal. So that can be like a talk like this. Okay, so that will enhance the quality of teaching and learning. And research acumen in an institution is an evolving feature reflecting various research output in clear records. Okay, so when you do research, then obviously you will also guide students for doctoral program. You will also guide students for postdoctoral program. And then you will carry out research projects sponsored by extramural research funding agencies from within and outside the country, as well as industries and consultancy projects, and then inventions and discoveries. And most often it will result in a number of patents. Okay, so and a number of research publications. So these are the research acumen. Okay, so which will reflect various research outputs. So today I'm not going into, so what is the quantitative metrics in NAAC for research, how much mark is given for that. I'm not going into those kind of aspects, which is already there in the NAAC website, and it is dynamic. So it may get changed from time to time. Okay, so you are all, most of you are very familiar with those criteria. So I'm not going to delve into that aspects. So today I'm going to talk about only the quality publications a teacher has to aspire for. So in that respect, my entire talk will be based on, so what is a quality journal, how to identify a quality journal, whether I have a quality journal in my field, and how to publish, and how to measure the quality of a particular journal in which I am aspiring to publish. So all those aspects only I'm going to cover. So when you communicate a paper for any journal, so the first thing it reaches the editorial team. Okay, so nowadays usually it will go to the handling editor. Nowadays it goes to the handling team, wherein they check whether you have quoted the references according to the style of that journal, whether the different headings you have given in the manuscript is in accordance with the guidelines of the instructions to authors. Okay, so those things will be checked. Suppose you are so why they are checking that one? Because if you are unable to concentrate and give the references in the style the journal has wanted, then what kind of thing the journal can expect you from the original research communicated there. So it is very important you stick on to the instruction to the authors, and you have to prepare the manuscript. So why we are going for peer-reviewed journals? Okay, so peer-reviewed means, so if we know peers, so those who are all having expertise like us in the field. So when you publish peer-reviewed articles, it is reliable because somebody who is already doing similar kind of work and published papers in similar kind of journals, they have reviewed your article and they have suggested means for improvement of your article, and it will be well accepted by the peers elsewhere also. And so then it amounts to maintaining high standard, okay, than the articles published in non-peer reviewed journals. And it will also enable the readers to repeat those experiments for their research purpose if need be. And whatever the output of the research communicated through the article will be more dependable. So you can easily take that data and you can try to use that data for your research. In that way, peer-reviewed or refereed, many of the people are writing referred. It is refereed. So refereed are scholarly journals, which are very important. And NAAC, UGC, and all other funding agencies are very much insisting on this publishing in refereed journals. So as I mentioned in the previous slide, so peer review is not a new thing. It has happened 300 years back. So the first journal in which peer review has taken place for the article submitted to that journal was the Physiological Transactions of the Royal Society. So that is the first journal to formalize the peer review process. So currently, the all indexed journals, indexed means they are covered under abstracting and indexing services. They use this peer review process. So when you submit an article, it goes to the team, and then the editorial team will see whether it is okay and adheres to the instruction to others. Then it is sent to the handling editor. Number is assigned and goes to the handling editor. The handling editor just reads the title and the abstract. So by going through the title and abstract, the handling editor will come to know whether there is novelty in this, whether there is substance in the data to be shared in the results and the materials, results and the discussion section. Okay, so whether it will evince the interest of the readers of that journal. Okay, so all those aspects will be decided in a maximum of 10 minutes time. And then if it suits that journal, then only they try to find reviewers for reviewing the manuscript. So some journals, they will find the reviewers on their own. In other journals, they will ask you to provide the names of reviewers, at least 4 reviewers. But there should not be any conflict of interest. And somebody you are mentioning as a reviewer, you should not have worked with that fellow earlier, should not be your friend, should not be expecting anything from you as a reciprocation. That is, that teacher should not try to visit your institution in the near future. So all those things are conflicts of interest. So it goes to the reviewers. Reviewers, they review the manuscript, and then they communicate the review report to the handling editor. Handling editor goes through the review report And then suppose if the reviewers are telling there is originality, novelty, and enormous work has been done, it will add new knowledge to the field. But there are some deficiencies, additional experiments to be done to unequivocally prove the hypothesis. All those things they will mention, or they may mention about the syntax errors, grammatical errors, or they may ask you to revise the manuscript as a major revision, okay, or minor revision. All those things, comments will be there. So after going through the two reports, and if the two reports concur in one thing, that is, there is novelty, there is originality, and it is a good data, and it will be of interest to the journal readers, then the handling editor sends the comments back to the author, saying that these are all the comments received from the reviewers. So please revise the manuscript accordingly. This is called R1, revision 1. So then we are doing some more experiments, or we are revising the manuscript, removing certain figures, adding certain figures, or there may be data represented both in figure as well as a table, and we may remove a table, or we may remove figure. Like that, we will do so many things to improve the quality of the manuscript. So it is like a poem. So poem cannot have extra words. Okay, so even 7 words, Tirukural has so much of meaning. Okay, like that. So if you remove one single word from the 7 words, you may not get the true meaning of that poem. So like that. So so you have to. It's like a screenplay in cinema. So it has to be very perfect, and there should not be extra words. So like that, you have to write, and then you have to send back to the handling editor. Handling editor sends back to the same reviewers or new set of reviewers. Okay. So in order to avoid further conflict of interest. Okay. So then it will go to them, and they will review. And then one of the reviewers may say, yes, the authors have addressed most of the queries I have raised, and now I have no problem in recommending the paper, recommending the manuscript for publication. Again, one of the other reviewer may say, no, still there is lacunae. So the authors have to fulfill this one. Like that, they may mention. So then comes R2, that is revision 2. So like that, in good journals, there will be at least one revision. Mostly it will be 2 revisions, and very rarely there may be 3 or 4 or 5 revisions. In very good high impact factor journals, there are 5 revisions are there. So this is how peer review process is happening. And how come we can come to know whether or not a particular journal is peer reviewed? If you go through the description of the journal's page, so they will mention the peer review process in its instruction itself to authors, or manuscripts submission guidelines. They will clearly mention that it is your manuscript will be subjected to peer review process. Normally it will take 2 months. Like that, they will mention. And so they will further, they will have a independent editorial review board. So there will be a chief editor, associate chief editor, and then followed by editors, like that. So there will be an editorial board, review board for the journal's front matter. And you can see the affiliation of those board members. Okay, from that you can come to know about the quality of that journal. So further, the journal is listed in Ulrich International Periodicals Directory under refereed section. So you can log in into this website, and then you can just type the journal's name, and then it will give you whether it is it's a peer-reviewed journal or not. And so what is an indexed journal? We always say that it is an indexed journal. I think there will be many youngsters in this group. because we hear something, but we are not knowing the true meaning of that word. So here indexing is considered a reflection of its quality. And when a journal is indexed, it is having a higher quality when compared to non-indexed journals. And so there is a well-documented process is followed in the case of indexed journals. And so they are all indexed in some databases like Medline, PubMed, Embase, Scopus, EBSCO, Publishing's electronic database, Cyrus, among others. And so when you publish your work in indexed journals, that will attract the attention of greater groups, because some of the journals may be a local journal. Whereas if it is a highly indexed journal, high quality journal, it will have circulation worldwide. And in this informative age, it comes to your mobile phone. Okay, so the journal content. So, and it is covered under abstracting and indexing services. And so it is a great advantage for the journal to be covered under abstracting and indexing services. So according to Springer, so it says, so being represented in the relevant online abstracting and indexing services is without question an essential factor for the success of a journal. Okay, so now today in this informative age, so everybody is accessing a journal through internet. Okay, online search only. So unless it is covered under abstracting and indexing, so that journal won't be available for online search. Okay, so and then authors will find articles through this abstracting and indexing services, and they will be able to read those articles. And when they come across those high quality articles, then two things are happening. One is they will they will wish to publish their work in that journal. In that way, the journal gets benefited. Further, they will have correspondence with those authors of that paper, so they can establish research contacts that may culminate in collaborative research projects, mutual exchange of faculty, research scholars, and students, like that. And so these kind of things are possible. And we need to beware of predatory publishers' journals. Unfortunately, with a heavy heart, I have to say that India remains to be the headquarters of predatory journals and publishers, because they, at the first instance, they ask you to pay some money. Okay. So these predatory journals, they are not covered under abstracting and indexing services, but they say that they are indexed. Generally, they are lying. Okay, so and they are cheating the people who are very new to this field, mainly youngsters and many researchers who are beginning in their beginning of their career. So they are easily cheated. Okay, so and then they say their journals are covered, are indexed in databases such as Scribd. Even today I got a mail from Scribd. Cables directories, SlideShare, Google Docs, OpenJGate, and NewJar. So these are all the things, they are all not really coming under abstracting and indexing services. So they may say like that. And so suppose if they say that our journal is covered under EBSCO or Embase or Scopus, but they are not really indexed in abstracting and indexing services, they are usually lying. So here comes the Scopus. So now the mantra is you have to publish your article in Scopus indexed or Web of Science indexed journals. Okay. So Scopus indexed journals, we are slowly moving towards Scopus indexed journals or Web of Science indexed journals. For all science disciplines, this is the order of the, this is going to be the order of the day. So the Scopus is officially named Cyverse Scopus. So it was introduced by Elsewhere in November 2004, and it is the largest abstract and citation database of peer-reviewed journals, books, and conference proceedings. So this is a bit old data. So it covers more than 49 million records, in which more than 20,000 peer-reviewed journals are there from 5,000 and odd publishers, and 1,200 open access journals, over 600 trade publications, 500 conference proceedings, and 360 book series from all areas of not only science, humanities, arts, social sciences, etc. So whatever here mentioned as science in the slide, you need not think that it is very much confined to science alone. It covers all the social science and other field also. So, and then it delivers a comprehensive overview of the world's research output, okay, in the field of science, technology, medicine, social science, arts, and humanities. Okay, so Scopus features smart tools to track, analyze, and visualize research. And when I talk to, as IQAC director, when I talk to some friends from affiliated colleges, or my own colleagues from the Faculty of Arts or education or management, they used to complain that you, the teachers from the Faculty of Science, have enormous scope and opportunities. So you have enormous opportunities and scope to publish in many SCI journals or Scopus index journals. We don't have such journals. So what to do, sir? So we need to go for some journals which are published by local publishers. But that is a myth. That is the fact. It is the whatever they say is not correct. From the publishers indexed in Scopus, if you see on the left, so you have, for example, so 10% is coming from Elsewhere, and these are all from well-established publishers, and more than 60% are coming from other, 80% are coming from other, 60% are coming from other publishers. Okay, and if you see on the right side, suppose I am working in life sciences, so only 17% of the journals covered under Scopus are from the field of life sciences. Suppose if my friend is from social science, he has a chance of 31% of the journals covered under Scopus are covering the social sciences. So then who is having advantage? Those who are working in social sciences are having advantage over those who are working in science, life science, or physical science, or health sciences. So we have to dispel this myth that there is no scope for those working in the field of social sciences to publish their findings in Scopus indexed journals. So from today onwards, those of you who are from that field, please understand that you have high chance of publishing in Scopus indexed journals. So Scopus indexed journals for Faculty of Arts. This is, I'm just going to give a glimpse. So that some rare field I will just say, and then you can come to know. For example, language. Okay, suppose it can be any language. It can be German, French, English, or any other language. And when you say language, there are 115 journals are there for languages and linguistics. And if you say English, search word is English, I could find 71 matches in Scopus indexed journals, list of journals. So somebody is doing a research, PhD in English, okay, and you cannot try to find an examiner from Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Malaysia, Singapore, because they are not native English speaking countries. So you should be confident enough to identify an examiner from UK, from Ireland, like that, or Australia, Canada, New Zealand, okay, or USA, like that. Okay, so one cannot just say that I am working in English. It is very difficult to publish. No, no, no. You have to make a vow that I will publish my paper in Scopus Interest Journal, and I will find the examiner from the English-speaking country. So that is how the quality of the research done is to be established. Okay, so there are 71 hits for English. And arts, suppose you are working in any of the arts, then there are 20 hits. Then suppose you are working in women's studies, there are 45 matches with the word women. Okay, just it's not only that 45 journals. If you really go into that, maybe they might have used some other words, feminine or something also. So ultimately, it will come around 200 or 300 journals for those who are working in women's studies. So you have to identify a particular journal, you have to subscribe that journal, or you have to get those journals for which online access is available. You go through those papers, get the trend, and then you just frame your objectives, do your work, and try to publish in those journals. Okay. So and then for social work, if you mention just social work, there are 39 hits. And suppose from rural management, rural development, there are 27 and 4 respectively. And then if you are working in economics, even with the word economics, there are 231 journals. So there may be around 500 journals in the field of economics from which you can select one and publish. And the history, so you have so many journals. Okay, so 235 journals which are covered under directly with the name history in the Scopus Index. Then library, so again you have so much of opportunity to publish in Scopus Index journals with more than 36 hits ending with the library. Even if you are working from Tamil literature, in the field of Tamil literature, and you may get aggrieved that such kind of opportunity is not there for those who are working in Tamil literature. But in Tamil literature also you can find some standard journals. Okay, like these are all the UGC approved list of journals. It is a old one. I am not sure about all these things are there still, but Tamil Araichi, Journal of Classical Tamil, Journal of Modern Tamil, like that. So, and then there is one international journal, International Journal of Tamil Language and Literary Studies. So you can find this kind of journals and try to publish in that. If you are a faculty in management, then suppose you are your research of interest is logistics, you have so many journals under logistics. Suppose you are concerned with international business or business, then you have 10 and 143 journals respectively under that under those categories. And then commerce, there are 13 journals having commerce in the title itself. And then suppose you are working in corporate secretaryship, then you have 13 journals to that. And suppose you are working in banking and financing or banking and servicing, so about 10 journals are there. Suppose you are working in tourism, 49 journals are there. Okay. So suppose you are a faculty in education, you have education, 489 journals are there in Scopus Index. Okay, so if it is a special education, there are 37 journals. Suppose if it is a rehabilitation, then there is 64 journals. Then Faculty of Science, some of them, just a minute. So suppose my friends from mathematics department used to complain. So it's not like biotechnology, it's not like physics. We are finding it difficult to publish in mathematics journals. So that is also a myth. So there are so many journals in mathematics. Maybe the impact factor may be less, okay? But there are very good journals. Citations may be few for those journals, but they are all SEA journals and covered under Scopus and Web of Science. So those who are working in the field of mathematics, let them not get disheartened. And then so my friends from computer science also used to complain. Okay, so it's not like biology or chemistry. So for us, it is very difficult. It's not so. There are so many journals in computer science. So they can also publish. And then, besides Scopus, we have Web of Science. It is a product from Thomson Reuters Institute of Scientific Information, ISI, which arises from SCI. So we used to say whether it is an SCI journal or not, Science Citation Index. So as I mentioned earlier, you need not think that it is restricted to science. So name is which includes science also, Science Citation Index. It also includes social science and other fields. So created by Eugene Carfield in 1960. And this Web of Science has more than 10,000 journals covered and indexed. And they have different citation databases from journals, conferences, reports, books, and book series. And this Web of Science database are Social Sciences Citation Index, SSCI. Like SCI for the science, there is SSCI for those who are working in the field of social science. And now the Science Citation Index, SCI, is expanded. So they have added many more journals under that umbrella. So it is called SCI expanded. And then they have Conference Proceedings Citation Index Service, Arts and Humanities Citation Index, and Conference Proceedings Citation Index Social Sciences Humanities. Okay. So it is the oldest database, and they have the database since 1900. Okay. And it has got more depth and most quality. But the sudden burst of Scopus in the year 2004 has overtaken this Web of Science. Okay, so and then so for example, these are all the following types of literature which are indexed. As I mentioned, scholarly books, peer-reviewed journals, original research articles, and all those things. So it includes the disciplines such as agriculture, biological sciences, engineering, medical and life sciences, physical and chemical sciences, anthropology, law, library sciences, architecture, dance, music, film, and theater. So my dear friends, those who are from arts and humanities, you have very high chance of publishing a paper in Web of Science indexed journal. So the name only, it is Web of Science. They do cover subjects such as anthropology, law, library science, architecture, dance, music, film, and theater. So the Web of Science core collection includes SCI expanded, covering 8,500 notable journals from more than 150 disciplines. And then Social Science Citation Index covering 3,000 journals from 1900 onwards. And Arts and Humanities Citation Index, more than 1,700 arts and humanities journals starting from 1975. Okay. In addition, 250 major scientific and social sciences journals are also covered. Emerging Sources Citation Index covers over 5,000 journals. Book Citation Index, more than 60,000 editorially selected books. And Conference Proceedings Citation Index, more than 16,000 conference titles. And we have seen Scopus, Web of Science. Nowadays, we are talking about Google Scholar also. So what is the difference between these three? Roughly about 50% will be common. the database is the citations, whatever you get in Scopus or Web of Science or in Google Scholar, it will be common. So that's what this Venn diagram also shows. Okay, but there will be a lot of self citations in the case of Google Scholar. Web of Science strictly will eliminate all the self citations. So what is self citation? Suppose I have been working in the field of biotechnology. I am quoting my own earlier papers. So that is a self citation. So now in Scopus, that will also be considered. I will give you examples in the coming slides. Whereas in Scopus and Web of Science, it will be strictly eliminated. Okay. So, and then the comparison between Scopus and Web of Science, journal analyzer, yes, in the case of Scopus, separate subscription to JCR is needed in the case of Web of Science. JCR is Journal Citation Report. And then citation overview, yes, in both the cases. And then ORC ID integration, yes, yes. ORC ID is Open Researcher and Contributor ID, to which Scopus as well as Web of Science is linked. I'll show you one image for this. And update frequency, for example, in Scopus, the updation is happening daily, whereas in Web of Science, it is happening in weekly. And in the case of Google Scholar, it is happening mostly every Tuesday and Saturday. Okay, so and then profiles, so when you find time, you can just go through this. Journal level metrics. So then how to identify a good journal? What are the metrics for a good journal? Okay, so first one is journal impact factor. So what is the impact factor of that journal? What is the 5-year impact factor? So that you can come to know whether the journal is in ascending trend or descending trend. Okay, and then source normalized impact per paper, SNP. Then SJR, then eigen factor. Okay, so we will see one by one. So impact factor, so many of us are hearing this one since long. Sometimes what happens is we used to get premature introductions to certain things, then we are not learning it properly. So impact factor, as you know, most of the teachers who are attending this webinar will be very familiar. And I'm going to repeat this for those who are freshers who may have some doubt over this. So it actually reflects the average number of citations to recent articles published in the journal. Okay, so how many articles have been published during the, for example, last 2 years, versus how many articles published in those journals were cited by authors in other journals. So that decides the impact factor. So number of citations to recent items divided by number of recent items published in a 2-year period in a journal. So for example, in the pharmacological research, the citations during the 2007 is 492, 2006 it is 389. So 492 plus 389, 881. So there were 881 citations in the 2 years, namely 2006 and 2007. But the number of articles published by that journal during the same 2 years is 132 plus 136 is 268. So 881 divided by 268 is equal to 3.287. That is the impact factor. Okay. So, and then very good journals like Nature, which will cover all the subjects, engineering, science, sometimes some articles on humanities also. So that is having an impact factor of above 40. Okay. And science, for example, it was founded in 1880 with the support of American inventor Thomas Alva Edison. Okay, so it has grown to this level, and it has got more than 40 journal impact factor. And Cell, which is supposed to be the number one. It is more than science and nature for those who are working in cell molecular biology field. It is very difficult to publish in cell. Okay, so I have seen the peer review process involved in cell. It may take an year also. So there may be R7, R8, like that it will go. There will be at least 30 figures or 15 to 30 figures in the article. So complicated, arising out of complicated experiments, and 30 more papers will be in the supplement. 30 more figures will be in the supplementary material. Okay, so that is having more than 30. And then scientific reports. So usually, sometimes people used to say Nature's scientific reports. Now they have just retained scientific reports only from Nature group. So you can see the impact factor. Then eigenfactor. What is an eigenfactor? Suppose your paper has appeared in one particular journal, and that paper has been cited by a highly reputed journal or an ordinary journal. So if you want to see that difference, then you have to rely on eigenfactor. So eigenfactor will be more when the articles published in a journal have been cited by journals of high quality, then the eigenfactor will be high. If the articles published in a particular journal have been cited by poor quality journals or an average quality journals, then accordingly the eigenfactor value will also come down. So in order to show to the world, so what kind of journals are really citing the papers published in that journal, eigenfactor is taken into consideration. And so eigenfactor, if you want to know, so you can just enter the ISSN number. So all these things, if you enter, or journal name, if you enter, then you can come to know about the eigenfactor. So for example, for the journal here, so the cell, the eigenfactor is mentioned here, 0.555. Okay. So and the trend of that journal will also be seen here. Okay. So similarly, source normalized impact for paper. Suppose you are working in, just a minute. Organizers, do the participants need a break of a few minutes, 2-3 minutes? Or shall I continue?
No, sir. No. Yeah, yes, sir. You please continue, sir.
Okay, okay. Thank you. So this was created by Professor Heng Mead at the Center for Science and Technology Studies, University of Leiden. The problem is, suppose I will show you my citations. I am working in the field of biotechnology. I cannot expect my colleague with the same level of experience to have the same number of citations from mathematics, because the field is different. The number of journals available is different. And so the number of researchers working in mathematics is far less than those who are working in biology. So it is unfair to compare the citations of a particular academician or scientist with that of another academician or a scientist. So this is taken care of by source normalized impact per paper. So what it does is, the measure is calculated by SNPs equal to RIP by R by M. RIP is a raw impact per paper. R is equal to citation potential. So what is the citation potential of that journal? Okay. And then median database citation potential. So, okay. So whether that, how much citation potential is there for that field. So accordingly, their normalization is done. Okay. So in that way, we can after normalization, we can compare. For example, 8,000 citations in biotechnology may be equivalent to 3,000 citations in mathematics, or 2,500 citations in social science Okay, so we have to normalize, for which this SNP is helping. And another thing is SIMAGO journal rank. So SJR. It is from the Consejo Superior de Investigations Certificates, University of Granada, Madrid, Spain. And it is a measure of scientific influence of scholarly journals that accounts for both number as well as the quality of the citations. So in the first case, journal impact factor, we have only bothered about the number of citations. In the eigen factor, we only worried about the quality of the citations, how many good journals it has been cited. But the SIMAGO journal ranking or SJR only worries about both. Both the numbers is it considers number as well as quality of citations matter. So that is why it covers both. So SJR you can come to know by just typing that journal name. And you can also come to know about the SJR as a graph for a particular journal. And you can also come to know about when compared to total citations for that for the articles published in that journal, how many are self citations. So self citation is very, very meager in case of Cell. That is why it is considered as a very good journal. Okay. And so many other factors you can just when you find time you can go through this. And similarly for scientific reports and RSC, Royal Society of Chemistry from UK, RSC advances. And you can also compare a few journals. Suppose you are interested in to publish a particular subject for which you have 10 journals. And you can go to journal metrics scopus.com, and you can it is a freely available site, and you can just type those journals and you will have a comparison between those journals in the site score, in the eigen factor, SJR, SNP, all those things will be displayed over there. Okay. And then you can also go to the journals, journal titles homepage in Scopus, and you can find the metrics. Okay. Then you can also compare in terms of graphs. Okay. So suppose you may be interested, you should select this journal because from bottom it is going upward and it is in high position. So it is highly respected by the peers. Okay. So whereas some other journals, so they are coming down. Okay. So like that. Okay. Then author level metrics. So how to identify a productive scholar? Okay. For which we have H index and Google Scholar citation or Scopus citations or Web of Science citations. So H index, it is named after the physicist Hirsch from United States of America. This takes care of both productivity and impact of the papers published in a journal as a scientist or academician or a scholar. So suppose you want to be a professor in United States of America, they say suppose you are in the physics department, you want to be a professor means they will see that you are having a H index of 15. Okay, so so that is the yardstick they have fixed. Okay, so it is a measure of number of published papers as well as the how often they are cited. So suppose you have a H index of 15 means you have 15 papers that have been cited at least 15 times or more. So that is the H index or Hirsch index. It has to be mentioned with a small h only. Many people type mention it as capital H. Then there is item index from Google Scholar citations. So this is nothing but how many papers, your papers are cited at least 10 times. That is item index. But it is very easy and straightforward calculation, not like a H index. To have an understanding of how H index is arrived, you should have some experience, and at least you should have a kind of physical lecture series so that I can explain those things. Whereas in the item index, it's a straightforward one. And the disadvantage is this item is only used in Google Scholar. For example, this is yesterday's, as of yesterday, my Google Scholar citations, total citations 8,333, H index of 49 and item index of 162. Today morning, the citations is 8,342. Tuesday, they have updated the Google Scholar citations. So I couldn't find time to change this slide. Okay, so and year-wise citations also is shown here. So I am in the upward trend as far as citations are concerned. Okay, so it is ever getting increased. Okay, so I can say I'm in my peak as far as citations are concerned. And Scopus, so if you see here, 8,333 citations and H index of 49. But Scopus, if you see, my H index is 40. So that 9 H index I have got extra in Scopus is arising out of self citations. That is cured and only 40. Instead of 8,333 citations, here it is showing only 5,853 citations after removing the self citations. And this is the trend of the citations like this. Okay. So, so it is coming down because they have included 2022 also. And this bar denotes the number of papers published during that year. For example, 18 papers in 2020 and 9 papers so far in 2021, like that. And this is the Web of Science Researcher ID. So in the Web of Science, so it shows that I have 232 publications covered under Web of Science, but it is slightly less than the Scopus. Instead of 5,800 and something, it is 5,729. And instead of 40, it is 38 only, the H index. So, so it is very stringent, as I mentioned earlier. And as I mentioned earlier, open researcher and contributor ID. So now you have Aadhaar ID. Every researcher should aspire to have a ORC ID. So that ID, so for me, this is the ID. 000-003-2925-0575. So in which, so they have covered 219 articles of mine, and they are listing here. So first 50 in this first page, like that. Okay. So, and then this another important feature of this ORC ID is they are also including your Scopus author ID. So I have 2 IDs, but I merged it, but still it is showing 2 ID, researcher ID from Scopus. Okay, like that. And then, so this is the Vidwan. So Vidwan is from InflickNet. So that is from the National Mission on Education, ICT, NME ICT platform. So this Vidwan ID will give you, so what is your score? Suppose in the 10-point scale, my score is 9.5. Vidwan means the having a skill in my profession. Okay. So Vidva. So enna vidya theriyumnu solralla Tamil adu mari. So and then this many papers, conferences, projects, and then awards, like that. So this is my citations. Okay, and then with whom all I'm having sharing the authorship. Okay, with these many authors. Okay, for all the 199 articles that they have mentioned here. And importantly, my ORC ID, Scopus ID, Researcher ID, all those things are there. Okay, so this is a single place from which you can find the credential of a faculty. Article level metrics. So the article level metrics, so one is how many times that article has been cited. Okay, so for example, in Scopus or Web of Science or Google Scholar, that is one aspect. Another aspect is alt metrics. So sometimes there may be some article, you might have seen some article in the leading English dailies like Times of India or the Hindu. You can see certain publications that is again highlighted in the science section. Okay, so that may be of societal importance. Okay, especially in this COVID-19 pandemic. So if you are coming out with any novel idea or method for containing COVID-19, so you have published that one and or you have put it in archives, meta-archive or any other archive, then that is taken and highlighted in that newspaper. So how much importance it is getting in social media. So it may be through Twitter, Facebook, or any other social media. And sometimes in the Wikipedia also. Suppose if you type S. Karthapandian, then usually it will show some 200 and more thing in the web, for example. So then, so it's like if you type your name in Google and it shows you are a man, and if you type your name, it takes Wikipedia means you are a great man. So very few people only get shortlisted in their profile is there in the Wikipedia. Like that, some articles, some news items are covered in Wikipedia. Okay, so these are all alt metrics. So it's not only publishing in the form of paper in a journal or in the form of a chapter in a book or a book. You have alternative way to quantify the effect of research you have done. So that is called alt metrics. And one such thing is a block. So you can, this is a truncation of the expression weblog. So weblog is shortened as mentioned as block. So, so it is published in the World Wide Web. And now some important things are shared through blog. My own second half brother who is living in London has posted a matter in the blog. Seeing that one, a Hungarian company came forward to hire him for an IT company at an Indian rupees of 1 crore 10 lakhs per annum as compensation. Okay, so it is very powerful. Okay, so and they have given him an opportunity to fly between Budapest and London airport every week free of cost at their own expense. So that kind of thing has happened by posting one thing in the blog. Okay, so and then there is multi other blogs also. Okay, so that covers from newspapers or media outlets or universities or even Twitter. Okay, other microblogging systems in which multi other blogs are possible. Okay, so nowadays a blog is also used as a verb, meaning to maximum to maintain or add content to your blog. Okay, and so sometimes you have to be very careful about fake metrics because the journal will claim that they have a scientific journal impact factor of 3 or 5. If they say like that, then you have to consider that as a fake. Or they may say info-based index factor, or Cosmos impact factor, or universal impact factor, global impact factor, side factor. So these are all fake metrics. It is not scientifically validated journal metrics. So when you come across these words in the journal, then you have to discard that journal. Okay, and how to identify fake impact factor. Okay, so they may proclaim that they are having an impact factor of 6, 7, 5. Anything they want to say, they will say. Okay, for that you have to do the research on the publisher. You have to see who is the publisher, whether it is a reputed publisher like Springer, Elsevier, Wiley, like that. Okay, are they asking for upfront payment? So mostly what happens is on the day one itself they will say, dear Dr. So and so, we are contacting you to send an article. Today is 7th September for an issue to be released on 15th September. So for an issue to be released on 15th September, how come they can get your article and they won't do any peer review process at all? That is how a geography matter is published in a microbiology journal and vice versa in some of the fake journals. Okay, so they will ask the money first. So once you pay the money, then they will cheat you, and that sometimes some of the journals are for a very minimum period they are covered under Scopus. After that they are disappearing because they amass a lot of money from the people, and then they abandon that journal. That is removed from the list of Scopus. So you have to be very careful about all these journals. That is why some of the research scholars who may be doing part-time from colleges, they are facing lot of problems in the university while they submit the PhD thesis. Okay, so at the time of publication, at the time of their research, that journal might have existed, but while they are submitting the synopsis and thesis, that journal is delisted. Now it is a very precarious situation. So we have to avoid those things. We have to get the advice of true experts in the field, whether I can select this journal for publication or not. Okay, and principles of research ethics. Organizers, can I go for another 5 minutes or so? Organizers?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please, sir.
Okay, it's not a problem. I'm not overshooting the time. Is it okay?
Yes, sir. It's okay, sir.
So first and foremost thing is honesty. So unless there is honesty, there is no meaning in doing research, which is very important for valid interpretations and justifiable claims. So when you are honest, then only you are going to reproduce the results faithfully. Otherwise, there will be manipulation in the data. And reliability, okay, in performing and reporting research. Objectivity, it should be transparent and verifiable. If somebody wants to repeat that experiment, they will be in a position to repeat that experiment, and that whether you are one of the authors, whether it is the same question is asked to you or your student as first author, everybody should say the same answer. That is coming out of transparency only. Incompatibility and impartiality and independence from pressures and interests. Impartiality is unfortunately gender-based impartiality. Okay, so some of the supervisors, they will give some sort of allowance or something to one particular sex. They will show the reverse to other sex. Okay, so and then there may be conflict of interest also. So that should be avoided. Open communication. So there should be open communication between the researchers and collaborators, ensuring availability and accessibility. Duty of care. So suppose you are having 5 students or 10 students, it is your bounden duty to take care of the welfare of your students. So after all, they are all human subjects, and you have to pay the equal attention to the experimental animals also, for which now you have to follow the guidelines issued by the Institutional Ethics Committee, Institutional Animal Ethics Committee, which is formed under the directions of CPC-SCA guidelines of Ministry of Environment and Forests. Fairness, referencing, accrediting, relationship with colleagues. So suppose somebody is working in the same field, you should be fair enough to cite that paper. You may have some professional rivalry, or you may not like the quality of that person also, but that doesn't that should not prevent you from quoting that reference if it is of worthy of quoting. Okay, and responsibility for future science, that is mentoring. Okay, all those things, future generations. Okay, so plagiarism is another important thing to be noticed. Some of the people who are getting involved in this, it is a shame for that individual, to that organization, to the country. Okay, so after all, you and me are doing research to show to the outside world that we have a passion to pursue research, and we have the capability to do research. We are capable of doing novel and original research. And if you involve in plagiarism, that is a shameful act. And when it is detected, it will bring a very bad name to the individual as well as to the organization. Okay, so we have to be very careful about avoiding plagiarism. Okay, so the plagiarism may be in the form of language. You may be using the same phrase for your results, or using the same thought, same objectives or ideas or expression. Okay, so then ultimately what happens is, somebody who is involved in plagiarism will be expelled from that field by the scientific community. Okay, and softwares are available to check the plagiarism. So to say in simple words, suppose if there are more than 7 words continuously matching between one source and yours, then it is plagiarist. Okay, so you have to be very careful. And nowadays in many universities they are using Urgund software through UGC, wherein the research scholar submits the thesis content, removing the references, acknowledgement and other things. So then that is sent by the supervisor through email to the web source. So there it is compared with the internet source, published material and student material, which is available in the form of Swad Ganga, because nowadays thousands of theses have been there in the Swad Ganga. So it will easily compare and will show you. What happened 10 years back was, so some people who are involved in plagiarism, they will go to the neighboring university, they will pick up an MPhil dissertation or a PhD thesis, and they will just change the title a little bit, and all other contents will be similar. I have seen such kind of things. Okay, so now that is greatly reduced through the Urgund, but Urgund is not a sophisticated, robust software, I can say. There are some shortcomings in that. So in order to avoid that, one must go for Authenticate from Dan Eaton. Okay, so this Authenticate is a very robust software that will give you the matching. Okay, and my dear friends, the matching of this thing, for example, you might have used the same references or same scientific names for an experiment. So that should not be considered as plagiarism, because you have no other way to except mention as such. Okay, so just matching of certain words and other things will not amount to plagiarism. So Authenticate will have that sophistication, and you can identify. And this in the UGC, you have care listed journals, Consortium for Academic Research and Ethics. And in the 28th November 2018 communication, the UGC secretary has written to all the vice chancellor saying that all the research journals in disciplines under science and engineering, technology, agriculture, biomedical sciences are well covered in globally accepted scientific database like Scopus and Web of Science. Therefore, journals indexed in Scopus and Web of Science may be considered for all academic purposes in these disciplines. That is why in Allahabad University, anybody to submit a thesis in the Faculty of Science, they should have published at least one paper as first author in Scopus or Web of Science indexed journal. So now I've been associated with a few other state universities as research committee member. they are also now they are following that norm. Okay. For other disciplines such as the social sciences, humanities, languages, arts, the list of credible quality journals needs to be prepared and maintained. Okay. So actually there is no need, as I shown in the Venn diagram earlier. Already there are more than 3,000 journals are in social sciences, but this committee says that it is to be prepared and maintained. So slowly, for science, it is a must to publish in Scopus and Web of Science Index journal. For all other discipline, it is care. Okay, so you have to be very careful in publishing the papers. So with this, I thank the organizers for having given me a great opportunity to share my experience with you all through this national level webinar. So I once again thank the organizers, and I'm ready to field the questions.
Sir, good morning, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, my voice is audible?
Very much audible, madam, please.
Okay, sir. I'm D. Kavita. I'm head Department of Computer Science Application. I have one doubt, sir.
Yeah.
The session was wonderful, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
We learned a lot of information regarding research, sir.
Okay.
My question is, we can publish the Tamil literature in the UGC. Can we publish the Tamil literature in Scopus, sir? Is it possible or not? Because my sister is Tamil literature. That's why I'm asking this question, sir.
Okay. We have to exhaust that list. So now I have given some link for finding out all the journals found there. When I did a couple of years back,
Okay,
so it was not there. As of today, you can do that search and find out.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. And one more question, sir. Which one is best, sir? Scopus or Web of Science?
As I mentioned,
which one is best, sir? Scopus or Web of Science?
Web of
Comparison to which one is best?
What's your name, madam?
Kavita, sir. I'm Kavita.
Kavita, from which college?
Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College.
Okay,
sir.
from SVM only. Okay, okay.
Yeah, okay.
So actually, you might have seen in my earlier slides in which I have shown the most stringent one is Web of Science.
Okay.
And there will be a similarity between Web of Science and Scopus by 95%.
Okay, sir.
All the journals covered under Web of Science will be there in Scopus.
Okay, okay,
but
sir. Now
not the vice versa.
Sure, sir. Okay, sir.
5% of the journals which are there in Scopus may not be there in Web of Science, and those 5% of journals only they are withdrawn later, so they turned out to be predatory also.
Okay.
To the best of
okay, sir.
Yeah, to the best of my knowledge, somebody has published a paper in journal covered under Web of Science. I am yet to come across that the journal is withdrawn and it is declared as predatory. But in Scopus, that is happening very rarely. So this is the difference.
Okay, sir.
And I also I also request the knowledgeable audience to say that I need clarification in this respect, not doubt, because we usually use English in a very different way. நம்ம தமிழ்ல பேசும்போது அவன் அசால்ட்டா அதை பண்ணிடுவான்னு சொல்லுவோம். அசால்ட்னா அடிக்கிறது, அது அசால்ட் அல்ல, he will do easily. அது மாதிரி டவுட் அப்படின்னு சொன்னா என்னன்னு கேட்டீங்கன்னா, so I learned it from an Englishman who is my collaborator. டவுட் அப்படிங்கிறது எப்படின்னா, இப்போ நம்ம வந்து ஒரு கணவர் மனைவி நடத்தையில படுற சந்தேகம் தான் டவுட். இப்போ என்னுடைய கலீக்கு வந்து எனக்கு எகென்ஸ்டா ஏதோ பண்றாரோ அப்படின்னு நினைச்சா அது டவுட். சோ நம்ம என்ன பண்றோம், இந்த டவுட்ங்கிற வேர்டை வந்து நம்ம இந்த மாதிரி அகேஷன்ல நம்ம யூஸ் பண்றோம். டவுட் அப்படின்னு சொன்னீங்கன்னா, இப்ப நான் பேசுறதே போகஸ் நினைச்சீங்கன்னா தான் நீங்க டவுட்னு சொல்லணும். ஐம் சாரி டு பி வெரி க்ரூட் ஆஃப் எக்ஸ்பிளைனிங் தீஸ் திங்ஸ், பட் நிறைய கத்துக்கிட்டதுக்கு இருக்கு, அதனால சொல்றேன் நான். நம்ம பொதுவா என்ன பண்றோம், கிளாஸ்ல எல்லாத்துலயுமே எனக்கு ஒரு டவுட் இருக்கு அப்படின்னு சொல்றோம். டவுட்னு சொல்லக்கூடாது.
Clarification.
I need clarification in this respect.
Okay, sir.
I need answer for this question. Or could you please enlighten me on this aspect? இத சொல்றேன், அது மாதிரி சில இதுகள்லாம் அப்புறம் இன்னொன்னு கூட
Okay,
சொல்லணும்
sir.
ஆர்கனைசர்ஸ்க்கு, என்னுடைய இது ஆன்லைன்ல ரெக்கார்டிங் ஆகிறதுனால சொல்லல. ஆர்கனைசர்ஸ்டே நான் பேசணும். ஆர்கனைசர் என்ன கூப்பிடுங்க. ஒரு முக்கியமான விஷயம் வந்து ஆர்கனைசர்ஸ்ட நான் ஷேர் பண்ணணும்.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Hereafter I will ask clarifications. I will say clarification. I'm not saying doubt.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Today I learned one information from you, sir.
Yeah. And like
Now
that, ஆமா, எப்பவுமே என்ன பண்ணணும்,
thank you, sir.
the people may not be knowing the subtle difference between like and such as. அந்த மாதிரி நிறைய இருக்கு.
Okay, sir.
அதாவது இங்கிலீஷ்ல வந்து நம்ம வந்து நிறைய அந்த நியூஆன்சஸ் வந்து கத்துக்கிட்டே போகணும்.
Okay, sir. Thank you for your nice information, sir.
Thank you, Kavita.
Welcome. Okay.
There are questions in chat box, sir.
Your voice is very feeble. Have you taken your breakfast?
Yes, sir.
I think it is a voice of an young lady, but it is very feeble, as if you are inside a well for the past 3 days without any food. Yeah, please.
So there are questions in chat box, sir.
Yeah.
So how the new education policy will make impact in research?
Yes. They are going to have what is known as a National Research Foundation. This national NRF is going to fund a lot. And so hitherto, the percentage of GDP was just 0.66 of our GDP is spent for research. Okay, even for education also. It is very meager when compared to the developed nations such as Japan, Israel. So they are all spending 4.6% of GDP for their research. India is allocating in the budget 0.66%, but finally we are only spending maybe 0.33% or 0.4%. Sometimes the fund is released in March, February, and asking you to spend the fund by 31st March. So you will invariably carry forward the amount to the next one. So for this, now they say that we will try to allocate 4% of GDP for research. Okay, and they have identified certain areas, for example, infectious diseases, virology, artificial intelligence, virtual reality. These are all the fields which have to be focused, and they have asked all the universities to start departments, centers in those things. And and then there is going to be research intensive university. Okay, so and then teaching intensive university. Okay, like that they are going to classify. Okay, so funding will also be accordingly. Okay, in that way there is scope for getting more funds under when the NEP is implemented.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
One more question in chat box, sir.
Yeah.
Whether the impact factor of journal plays any role in calculating H index and item index of the Google Scholar citation?
Yeah. Actually, impact factor is calculated based on citations, but your H index and item index is not based on impact factor. For example, I have published about 230 research papers in science citation indexed journals. Okay, 230. My cumulative impact factor of these 230 papers is 650 and odd. Okay, so that is one aspect. So cumulative impact factor is 650. Divided by 230 means around roughly 3 is the average impact factor of my publication. This is one aspect. But my H index according to Google Scholar is 49. and Scopus is 40 and Web of Science is 38. That is different. That is based on purely citations. How many of my papers have been cited? At least 49 times. Okay, so that is 49 or 40 in the case of Scopus. So though there is the basis for calculation of impact factor from the citations, that is impact factor is for journal, H index is for the author. That is a journal metric. This is an author metric. Hello? Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Your session was highly informative, which would give hand and support to all the research scholars. And your list of journals discipline-wise was really educative and thought-provoking. It makes us very clear to publish papers in approved journals, and truly it was extraordinary session. We expect more sessions for future, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. So organizers, may I leave the meeting?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please ask one of them, either Satish or any other person from the organizing committee to call me over phone. I want to communicate one thing which I cannot do it publicly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure, sir. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
It is now to the participants. Now let's have a break and get connected by 1:45 p.m. It is to the participants and on online, the webinar. Let's have a break, lunch break, and get connected by 1:45 p.m. again for the next session. Thank you all.
He has more than 50 international conference attended. He has received International Education Excellency Award on the occasion of individual contribution for international integration by Global Achievers submitted at Bangkok. The best education award for International Institute of Education and Management, New Delhi, for outstanding achievements in the field of education.
Can we start the session, sir?
Rashtriya Vidya Gaurav Gold Medal Awards for Indian Solid.
Sir, can we start the program without much delay? I could see that, I mean, you are elaborating. Thank you very much for, nicely introducing me. But
thank you for giving the wonderful introduction today, Chief Guest Dr. Amaya Kumar Rath. Thank you, sir. Thank you to once again.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now I take the privilege of handing over the sessions to the most eminent Professor Dr. Amaya Kumar Rath, Advisor, NAAC, Bangalore, for his session on NAAC assessment and accreditation process. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Is my slide visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is it moving?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. I could see that role of the topic is role of NAAC in enhancing quality in higher education institutions. My topic is NAAC assessment and accreditation process. Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College, Uthangari, Krishnagiri district, Tamil Nadu, very close to Bangalore. When I was traveling from Bangalore to Chennai, in between, I got some Krishnagiri and other places. Nevertheless, I'll try to cover the entire process of NAAC within a time frame of 1 hour. So the vision of NAAC is to make quality the defining element of higher education in India through a combination of self-evaluation, external evaluation, promotion, and sustenance initiatives. Our mission is to arrange periodic assessment and accreditation of higher education institutions in India, to stimulate the academic environment for promotion of quality of teaching, learning, and research in higher education institutions, encourage self-evaluation, accountability, autonomy, and innovation. Similarly, to undertake quality-related research studies, consultancy, and training programs. And finally, to collaborate with other stakeholders of higher education for quality evaluation, promotion, and sustenance initiatives. You can see our manual, all those points, whatever has been narrated in the mission, has been included in our manual in some of the metrics, some of the key indicators and criteria and things like that. Now, the value framework and guiding element for assessment and accreditation process is contributing to national development, fostering global competencies among students, inculcating a value system among students, promoting the use of technology and quest for excellence. The criteria which we have defined for assessment and accreditation processes, we have curricular aspects, teaching, learning, and evaluation, research, innovations, and extension, infrastructure and learning resources, student support and progression, governance, leadership and management, institutional values and best practices. All those criteria which you are finding in the process of assessment in NAAC, you will find in many of the accreditation ranking, all those framework, because as in educational institutions, criteria, curricular is important, teaching, learning is important, contribution of faculty members and research is important, student participation in different activities is important, infrastructure is very much essential, IT infrastructure, physical infrastructure, participation of students in different extension activities and things like that, sports, games, etc. Governance is very important, like whether you have participative kind of management, do you have a mission, do you have a vision? And this is important. Then what is the best practices you follow in your educational institutions? What is the institutional distinctiveness? All those components, we put it in 7 different criteria. In my subsequent presentation, I'll try to cover what are the key indicators, what are the metrics, what is a qualitative metrics, what is a quantitative metrics, and things like that. Now, the highest education is that which does not merely give us information, but makes our life in harmony with all existence, said by Rabindranath Tagore. Now, quality is never an accident. It's always be the result of intelligent effort, said by John Ruskin. John Ruskin was the leading English art critic of the Victorian era. He said, quality is never an accident. It's always the result of intelligent effort. Let me explain the entire process of NAAC or the manual in this particular diagram. Initially we expect the institutions to submit IIQA. Of course, before IIQA, they need to have HEI registrations. Then IIQA is institutional information for quality assessment. If the IIQA is accepted, in IIQA we ask basic information like statutory regulatory authority approval, university approval, number of programs, number of students, number of faculty members, all those basic information we ask in our IIQA. If the IIQA is accepted, then we expect the institution to submit self-study report. So what is self-study report? What it contains? It contains quantitative metrics and qualitative metrics, right? Within 45 days, we expect you to submit the self-study report. So if it is beyond 45 days, because of COVID, we have extended many SSR, we have extended for different institutions because of this COVID pandemic. Once the SSR is submitted, the quantitative metrics part will go to DVV. What is DVV? Data validation verification. Data validation verification will take 30 days to complete, ideally. So they will look for the quantitative data, whatever has been submitted by the institutions, and they will validate and verify the quantitative data. Next, student satisfaction survey. This is the important part we have included in our revised accreditation framework. Student satisfaction survey. We ask some 20 objective questions to the students. The link will be given from NAAC itself. Randomly, we will give the link to different students, and they will submit the student satisfaction survey to NAAC. So that is through portal. By using portal only they will submit. We have one subjective and 20 objective questions. Then the pre-qualification. What is pre-qualification? Pre-qualification is 25% of the quantitative matrix. If the institution scores 25% or above in the quantitative matrix, then only the pre-qualification passed. Whenever they are pre-qualification passed, then only there will be a peer team visits. If your pre-qualification failed, then there will not be a peer team visits. And again, the institution is need to submit the IIQA fresh and payment of all the fees. The peer team visits will take around 30, 40, 50 days to complete the entire peer team visits. Peer team visits is only for the qualitative metrics. In my subsequent presentation, I will discuss what is a qualitative metrics, what is a quantitative metrics, what are the different categories of quantitative metrics and things like that. Right? So peer team members, when they go to the institutions, they will look for the qualitative metrics. Of course, they look for the overall criteria, but they will give the weightage, they will give the score value only for the qualitative metrics. They can see the entire criteria. They can look for the strength, weakness, opportunities, and challenges, the overall recommendation to the institutions, the silent bullet points, 3 bullet points, which is very special to the institutions, all that they will write, but the score they will give only for the qualitative metrics. Finally, quantitative metrics, qualitative metrics, student satisfaction survey, all will be combined together, and the score of the institutions, the CGP of the institutions will be calculated. We have InflueNet. InflueNet will look for the citations and publications by the InflueNet. You know, this is the timelines, okay? Because these timelines are not, I mean, now it's very, I mean, I want to say the timeline right now because there are a lot of changes. I mean, we are giving extension to all the institutions. And the quality, I mean, you look for 7 different criteria. Criteria are very broad. If I talk about curricular aspect is broad. So what I can do is I can divide curricular aspect into different key indicators. So what are those key indicators? Curricular design and development. Curricular design and development is for the universities. But what is for the curricular aspects for the colleges? Curricular planning and implementation, academic flexibility, curricular enrichment, and feedback system. These are the key indicators we have as far as this curricular aspect is concerned. So I mean to say that every criteria has got some key indicators and key indicators into metrics. It's a hierarchy, it's a tree level. Criteria, key indicators, metrics. So there are total 34 key indicators in the universities. Total 115 metrics in the universities, out of which 36 is qualitative metrics and 79 is quantitative metrics. Similarly, for UG and PG, there is a little difference. 31 key indicators for UG, 32 key indicators for PG. Similarly, 93 metrics for UG, qualitative 35 and quantitative 58. And 96 for PG, qualitative 36 and quantitative 60. So there are different key indicators, numbers are different, metrics are different. The scheme which you are applying or the manuals which you are using. This is some of the percentage I've given here. You know, affiliated UG, if you consider 7 criteria, 31 key indicators, 58 quantitative metrics, and 35 qualitative metrics. The percentage of quantitative and qualitative is 66.5% is quantitative, 33.5% is qualitative metrics. Look, this is curricular aspects. In curricular aspects, we have curricular design and development for the universities, for autonomous colleges, curricular planning and implementation for UG and PG. Then academic flexibility, curricular enrichment, and feedback system. 150 is the weightage for the universities for curricular aspects. 150 also for the autonomous colleges. For UG and PG, only 100 weightage is given to curricular aspects because UG and PG colleges hardly plays a role in development of curriculum unless and until somebody becomes a member of board of studies and academic council and things like that. Teaching, learning, and evaluation, the key indicators are student enrollment and profile, catering to student diversity, teaching learning process, evaluation process and reforms, student performance and learning outcomes, and student satisfaction survey. The weightages are different for each key indicators in different scheme, different manuals. Total weightage for teaching learning process is 200 for universities, 300 for autonomous colleges, and 350 for affiliated UG and affiliated PG. 350 weightages for affiliated UG and affiliated PG. Research innovations and extension. Key indicators are promotion of research and facilities, resource mobilization for research, innovation ecosystem, research publications and awards, consultancy, extension activities and collaborations. Right, these are the weightages I have given, and these are the mentioned different weightages depends on different manuals. Similarly, for infrastructure and learning resources, key indicators are physical facilities, library as a learning resource, IT infrastructure, and maintenance of campus infrastructure. 100 is the weightage for universities, autonomous colleges, and affiliated UG and PG colleges. Student support and progression. Key indicators are student support, student progression, student support, student progression, student participation in activities, and alumni engagement. The weightages are different for universities, autonomous colleges, and affiliated UG and PG colleges. Criteria 6 is governance, leadership, and management. Here the key indicators are institutional vision and leadership, strategy development and deployment, faculty empowerment strategies, financial management and resource mobilization, internal quality assurance system. 100 is the weightage in all the manuals. The last criteria is criteria 7, which is institutional values and best practices. Here, institutional values and responsibilities, social responsibilities, best practices, institutional distinctiveness. 100 is the weighting. All the manual. You can see the total weightage for the manual is 1000 in all the criterias. Okay, so in every criteria you have quantitative metrics as well as qualitative metrics. As I was mentioning, that for qualitative metrics there will be peer team visits. In curricular aspects, there are 9 quantitative metrics and 2 qualitative metrics. The teaching, learning, and evaluation 13 and 6, research, innovations, and extension 25 and 4, infrastructure and learning resource 9 and 6, student support and progression 10 and 2, governance, leadership, and management 7 and 9, institutional values and best practices 6 and 7. As far as university is concerned, these are the quantitative metrics and these are the qualitative metrics. Every criteria, there are quantitative metrics as well as there are qualitative metrics. Similarly, this is for, affiliated UG. This is for the autonomous colleges. This is for affiliated UG and PG. Okay, yeah. In the revised accreditation framework, we introduced a system-generated score. About 70% of online evaluation depends upon the data submitted by the institutions, and 30% is peer team judgment. 30% is only for the peer team judgment. We have introduced a concept called third-party data validation verification. Third-party validation and verification of data, we call it as DVV of data. So in the DVV, when you are submitting your self-study report, in the quantitative metrics, what are the data you need to submit? We have given a templates, MS Excel based templates we have provided. In the template, you need to fill the documents. You need to fill the data. You need to fill the document. Then we have a supporting documents. To validate the claim we have made in the template, you have to submit the supporting documents. Only when the template is complete, it facilitates easy data validation and verification. So in affiliated universities, diversity at the college level throughout the country, we have constituent colleges, we have affiliated colleges, we have government colleges, we have private colleges added, we have added colleges, we have self-financing colleges, and we have autonomous colleges. Let us take a simple qualitative metrics in curricular aspects. Let us try to understand, don't try to compare whether it's there in the universities or autonomous colleges or affiliate colleges. I'll just try to make you understand different quantitative metrics as well as qualitative metrics. Curricula developed and implemented have relevance to the local needs, global needs, regional needs, and which is reflected in the program outcomes, program specific outcomes, and course outcomes of the program offered by the institutions, right? Whatever the curricula has been developed, it should have some relevance to the local needs. It should have some relevance to the national, regional, and global needs. And that has to be reflected in the program outcomes, course outcomes, and program specific outcomes. It's a qualitative matrix. The peer team members will visit the institutions. They will try to find out, they'll try to interact with the faculty members. They'll try to look at their course diary. They will look at the syllabus, whether really you have a course outcomes or not. How do you map course outcome with the program outcome with the program educational objectives, then program educational objectives with the mission of the institutions. What is the kind of assessment you have? What are the direct assessment tools? What are the indirect assessment tools? Whether your students are involved in the learning process. Do you follow student-centric methods of learning? Do you involve the students? Do you collect feedback from students, course exit survey, right? Do you conduct all those exercises or not? In the curriculum aspects, we have initiatives of effective curriculum delivery. This we expect from affiliated UG and affiliated PG colleges. The curriculum delivery should be effective. If you want to say it should be effective, that means do you have a lesson plan, session plans? Do you conduct some kind of teaching methodology practice in the classroom? Do you conduct quizzes in the classroom? Do you give assignment to the students? What are the kind of questions you ask to the students in the mid-semester examination? Do you ask the questions from the higher order thinking skills or from the low order thinking skills? Most of you might be knowing about Bloom's taxonomy. It's important that how to take a students from one level of learning to another level of learning is most important. Whether the curriculum delivery, it adheres to the academic calendar, including the conduct of continuous internal evaluations. Whether academic calendar is followed or not. Do you have a choice-based credit system or elective system? Do you have add-on courses and certificate programs? So in our standard operating procedures, we have SOP, standard operating procedures. We have mentioned clearly that metric wise, we have mentioned that what document to be submitted and what is not to be included and what is not to be submitted to NAAC. Add-on courses, add-on certificate programs, professional ethics, gender, human values, environment, and sustainability, whether those components are involved in the curriculum or not, or they are appearing in the curriculum or not. Professional ethics is important. Students should inculcate the professional ethics, whether those part of those things are involved in the available in the curriculum or not. Gender and human values, gender equity, environment, protecting the environment and sustainability. All those components student must learn all those components, whether it is part of your syllabus or not. What is the percentage of courses having project work, field work, internship, etc.? Number of students participating in project work, field work, etc. Curricular enrichment for graduate employable. Do you conduct some kind of enrichment programs? What is enrichment program? Why do we conduct enrichment programs? For graduation employable, when graduates employable, students, they will get a job, whether for them some industry oriented courses, some enrichment courses are you conducting or not? Whether you get feedback from the students. This feedback is basically feedback for the curriculum, because although the affiliated colleges has got hardly any role to play as far as curricular development is concerned, but it's always advisable that you collect feedback from different stakeholders, prepare it and send it to the universities. Okay, whenever they will have board of studies, let them include those components, whatever you have collected from students, from parents, from academicians. See, my point is, even though after sending the document to the universities, you can do for every subject, you can have 5 hours of lectures. Those 5 hours you concentrate on latest development in the area. Latest development, whatever students have given a feedback, based on that, you try to teach to the students. for the benefit of them so that they will understand the latest technology. In criteria 2, we have teaching, learning, and evaluation. 350 is the weightage, student enrollment and profile, catering to student diversity, teaching learning process, teacher profile and quality, evaluation process and reforms, student performance and learning outcomes, and student satisfaction survey. These are the key indicators in the criteria teaching, learning, and evaluation. In this, we look for how many seats are filled against seats reserved for various categories, various reservation policies, as per applicable reservation policies. Whether the institutions assess the learning level of the students, and organize special program for advanced learners and slow learners. But what is important is how to identify who is advanced learners and who is slow learners is very important. You can have some kind of orientation program before they take admissions, or soon after they take admission, you can have an orientation program, try to understand who are the advanced learners, who are the slow learners. If that is critical to find out, then in the first mid-semester examinations, all the faculty members can sit together and find out who are the advanced learners, who are the slow learners. Some kind of motivation, some kind of encouragement to be given to the slow learners to attend some coaching classes, to attend remedial classes, so that they will understand the class. For the advanced learners, motivate them, encourage them to participate in hackathon competition, toykathon competitions, Skill India movement. They let them publish their papers along with the faculty members, motivate them to attend some seminars, conferences, etc. Without mentioning that you are advanced learners, you are slow learners. If you put a notice board, in the notice if you write, oh, these are the advanced learners, these are the slow learners, then they will be demotivated. Without doing that, if you might be having a proctor system, the proctor can motivate the slow learners as well as encouragement. The teacher or the head of the department can encourage the advanced learners. The class teacher can encourage the advanced learners. What is the student full-time teacher ratio? That's what we have given in the glossary also, the definition of a full-time teachers. Whether student-centric methods are followed. What is student-centric methods? Student-centric methods such as experiential learning, participative learning, and problem-solving methodologies. Whether ICT tools are used for effective teaching learning process. Whether you have used ICT tools for effective teaching learning process. What is your ratio of mentors to mentee? How many students will be assigned to one particular mentors? Average percentage of full-time teachers against sanctioned post. How many faculty members, how many teachers with PhD qualifications? Whether you define course outcomes, program educational objectives, program specific outcomes, institutional mission, institutional vision. Attainment of course outcome is important. Defining course outcome is one story. Attainment is under another aspect. Whether do you find out the attainment of course outcomes and attainment of program outcomes, similarly attainment of program specific outcomes and program educational objectives. Average pass percentage of students, and finally online student satisfaction survey with regard to teaching learning process. Unlearning and learning, the illiterate of 21st century will not be those who cannot read, write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. So the illiterate of 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn, said by Alvin Toffler. So what is important is outcome-based engineering education says it's not what we teach, it's what you learn is important. What you learn is important than what we teach. We have input-output accreditations. Of course, we follow outcome-based educations. Even what is input-output-based accreditation? Input-output-based accreditation is in a program. What is a program? BSc Computer Science is a program. BTech Computer Science Engineering is a program. In a program, what are the inputs? Inputs are financial resources, lab equipment, infrastructure facilities, faculty members, number of quality of students. These are all measurable input. What is the output? Output is number of students graduating, quantitative grades of students, success rate of students. That's all measurable output. But here we shift. There is a shift from input-output based accreditation to outcome-based assessment. What is outcome-based assessment? The important is we need to understand the knowledge, skills, attitudes, behavior of the students when they pass out, when they complete a program, when they complete the program, whether they have learned the knowledge, skills, competency, behaviors, attitudes of the student. It should be measurable. It will be observable and measurable abilities and outcomes. So graduate attributes, there is a definition of graduate attributes. I'll talk to you in subsequent slides. So those graduate attributes we'll have to inculcate among the students. So outcome-based education it gives a clear picture of what is important for students to be able to do. If you know that, then organize your curriculum, organize the delivery mechanism, the teaching learning process, and the assessment. If you organize properly the curriculum, the teaching learning process, and the assessment, then you will find surely the learning happens. Even National Education Policy talks about student-centric methods. Make the students participate in the learning process. How to inculcate critical thinking among the students. How to inculcate creative thinking among the students. How to inculcate problem-solving methodologies. How to inculcate experience and learning among the students. Experience and learning among the students. You know, I was talking about graduate attributes. What do you mean by graduate attributes? Like when the students take admission, they are like raw materials. After 3 years or 4 years, you will make them finished products, which will be sellable in the market. Graduates will be employable. For employability of a graduates, what are the knowledge, skills, and competencies, behavior they should possess? They should have a knowledge of science and engineering and other disciplines. They should have a knowledge of problem analysis. They should be in a position to design and development of solutions. They should investigate the complex problems. They should understand the modern tool, responsible to society, environment and sustainability, ethics, individual and teamwork. They should be in a work individually as well as they should be in a position to work in a team. Communications, project management and finance. They should be in a position to handle the projects as well as the finance. Then the lifelong learning. So all those attributes, whatever I have mentioned here, based on these attributes, our approach is students should inculcate those attributes when they complete a program. To do that, you should have your curriculum. You should have the teaching learning process. You should have proper assessment. So curriculum, teaching learning, okay, curriculum, teaching learning and assessment. These three things are important for inculcating those components, whatever the attributes I have mentioned within the students. The knowledge of the students, knowledge, skills, attitudes, behaviors, and competencies when they graduate, when they move from 1 year to another year, another to next year, next year, final year. Those skills and competencies they should possess. So innovative teaching techniques they can practice, faculty members can practice, multimedia animation, games, snakes and ladders, demonstration, role play, seminars, group discussions, case studies, and brainstorming. These are the innovative teaching techniques can be practiced in the classroom, like quiz they can practice, word puzzle, and use of information and communication technology. As I was mentioning, National Education Policy talks about cognitive, how to develop the cognitive capacities among the students. Higher order thinking, higher order cognitive capacities, such as critical thinking, creative thinking, problem solving. Similarly, social, ethical, and emotional capacities and dispositions are also important. National Education Policy talks about the world. There is a rapid changes in the world. There is a rapid changes in the knowledge landscape. There is a dramatic and scientific and technological advances. The advances of big data, the rise of big data, the rise of machine learning, the rise of artificial intelligence. Many unskilled jobs will be taken over by the machines. Many unskilled jobs worldwide may be taken over by the machines. So what is important? We need to create a skilled workforce, particularly involving mathematics, computer science, and data science. Mathematics, computer science, and data science in conjunction with multidisciplinary abilities across the sciences, social sciences, and humanities. They will be of increasingly in demand, greater demand. It also says children not only learn, but more importantly, learn how to learn is important. Education should have less content, more towards critical thinking, development of critical thinking, solving problems, how to be creative and multidisciplinary is most important. Online and digital education also they have focused in national education policy. Education is not learning of facts, but a training of the mind. Having fun is the best way to learn. How to bring innovations. Role play, there are strengths of role play. You can have interpersonal skills, communication skills, conflict resolutions, developing insights, and group decision making. Similarly, field trips, students go out with faculty members outside. So when they go outside, the team building, they will know how it is team building. At different locations, they can understand more better the subjects. Learning games, the strength of learning game is they engaged while learning through playing, learning social skills like sharing, develop problem solving skills, perfect way to channelize energy of hyperactive kids. Together, teaching with good sense of humor, strength is physically and physiologically beneficial, cordial relationship, relax students and reduce stress, develop a harmonious relationship among students and teachers. Group discussion strength is develops speaking skills, brainstorming, provides feedback to students and teachers. Quiz strength is helps to remember, improve or expanding one's knowledge of things, either general or in a specific area, enables students to think from out of box. Why we need innovate? Innovate is we need to move from passive teaching methods to participative teaching methods. Yeah. These are all about assessment. It's a vital tool to help us make sure we fulfill the crucial. Okay, this I will skip. There are direct assessment methods are there using examinations, assignments, projects, tutorials, laboratories, presentations. Indirect assessment methods are there for assessment, ascertaining opinions or self-reports, rubrics, alumni survey, employer survey, and quotient survey. These are the indirect assessment methods. What is a rubric? Rubric is a set of performance indicators which define and describe the important components of the work being completed. Everything in your life is a reflection of choice you have made. If you want a different result, make a different choice. You know, some people are reactive and some are proactive. What is reactive? Reactive is I'll be happy when I have full establishment. Again, reactive is if only I had a boss who was not. If I had respect from students, if I could have just management days, if the environment was more conducive, possibly my performance will improve. These are the reactive. The proactive is I can be a role model. I can be more diligent and organized. I can be more organized and resourceful. I can be more loving and understanding. I'll be more diligent. I can seek out personal and be able to understand. You know, if you talk about learning paradigm and instruction paradigm is a subset of learning paradigm. Instruction paradigm plus different teaching methodologies will lead to learning paradigm. Learning paradigm, how what students learn is most important than what we teach in the class. Right, there are three resource innovations and extension. One is resource mobilization for research, innovation ecosystem, research publications and awards, extension activities, and collaborations. We look for grants for research projects sponsored by government agencies and non-government agencies. Percentage of departments having research project. Institution has created an ecosystem for innovations. Number of workshops, seminars conducted on intellectual property rights, academia innovative. Number of seminars, conferences, workshops conducted by the institutions. Number of research papers per teacher in the referred journals. Books and chapters in edited volumes. books published, extension activities in the neighborhood community, number of papers published per teacher in the journals. Yeah, students participating in extension activities like Swachh Bharat, etc. Number of extension activities and outreach programs organized, conducted, number of awards and recognitions received for extension activities. In research, innovations and extension, again, number of linkages for faculty exchange, student exchange, internships, field trips, on-the-job training program, etc. Number of functional MOUs with national and international institutions, universities, industries, and corporate houses. Number of functional MOUs is important. In criteria 4, infrastructure and learning resources, physical facilities, that is the weightage, library as a learning resource, IT infrastructure, maintenance of campus infrastructure. Here we look for adequate facilities for teaching learning, like classrooms, laboratories, computing facilities, computing equipments, seminar halls with ICT facilities such as smart class, etc. Percentage of budget allocated for maintenance of physical infrastructure, whether your library is automated, whether you procure these e-journals, e-South Sindhu, South Ganga memberships, ebooks and databases, whether adequate facilities for sports and games, like indoor facilities, outdoor facilities, gymnasium, yoga center, etc. What is the annual expenditure of purchase of books and journals? E-content development such as media center, recording, etc. IT facilities including Wi-Fi facilities, bandwidth of internet, etc. What is the student computer ratio? Average expenditure incurred on maintenance? Whether you provide for uninterrupted electricity or drinking water supply? Library space, books, journals, periodicals, open access, etc. Maintenance of campus infrastructure. Whether do you have online resource materials, online learning materials, learning resources, multimedia and virtual classrooms, whether your website is dynamic. Okay, what is the housekeeping and cleanliness, maintenance of physical infrastructure? Criteria 5 is student support and progression. Here we look for student support, student progression, student participation and activities, and alumni engagement. Whether students benefited by scholarship and freeships provided by the government, capacity building programs, skill enhancement, soft skills, language and communication skills, life skills, yoga, physical fitness, health and hygienic, etc. Whether guidance for competitive examinations, career counseling, remedial coaching, language lab, bridge courses, yoga and meditation, personal counseling, whether you have transparent mechanism for timely readdressal of grievances, student grievances, whether what is the placement of outgoing students, whether students qualify in state and national, international level examinations during the last 5 years, whether outstanding performance in sports, cultural activities by the students, do you have a student council, whether students represent in academic and administrative bodies of the college and the universities, whether your alumni association is registered, whether your alumni contribute significantly to the development of the institutions. Do you have an anti-ragging committee, prevention of sexual harassment, career guidance and placement services, and facilitating educational loan to the students? Criteria 7 is governance, leadership, and management. In this, institutional vision and leadership, strategy development and deployment, faculty empowerment strategies, financial management and resource mobilization, and internal quality assurance systems. Whether effective leadership is in tune with the vision and mission of the college. Whether you have a decentralized and participative management. Whether you have prospective strategic plan and deployment documents. Organizational structure of the institutions, including governing body. What is the administrative setup? Whether e-governance is available in all the areas of operations, all the areas of your administrative setup, as well as academic setup. Effectiveness of various bodies, cells, committees for teaching and non-teaching staff. Financial support to the faculty members and non-teaching staff for attending conferences, workshops. Do you conduct faculty development programs or not, online or face-to-face? Teachers attending professional development programs, orientation programs, refresher courses, short-term courses, whether they're attending or not. Faculty development programs, internal and external financial audits, whether institutions conduct internal and external financial audits. Utilization funds are important. Methodology of operations and learning outcomes in periodical interval is important by IQAC. And institutions should review the teaching learning process, right? Do you have academic audit, academic and administrative audit? Whether you participate in NIRF, what is the incremental improvements made during the last accreditation, if it is second cycle and above? Last criteria is criteria 7, institutional values and best practices. Here, institutional values and social responsibilities, best practices and institutional distinctiveness. Here we look for gender equity, safety and security, counseling, common room, etc. Whether power requirement of the universities met by the renewable energy, lighting power requirements met through LED bulbs, waste management. Do you have solid waste management, liquid waste management, biomedical waste management, e-waste management cycle? Whether rainwater harvesting structure and utilizations. Whether you have a green practices, green audit, environment audit, as well as energy audit. Percentage of expenditure on green initiatives and waste management. Quality audits on environment and energy has reasonable friendly barrier. Okay. Quality audits on energy and environment. I was talking about energy audit and environment audit. Whether the institution has reasonable friendly, barrier free campus. Okay, this code of conduct handbook exists for students, teachers, governing body, administrative staff, etc., vice chancellors, directors, principals, etc. Whether institution plans and organizes appropriate activities to increase the consciousness about national identities. Whether the institution celebrates, organizes national and international commemorative days, then you need to state at least 2 best practices in the report. You need to explain the performance of the institutions in one area distinctive to its vision, priority, and thrust. These are all I have explained you already. I was talking first you need to submit IIQA, then if it is approved, then SSR submission, then it will go for DVV, then pre-qualification passed or failed, then peer team visits, then assessment outcome. The profile, you need to write profile of the institutions, extended profile, SSR. SSR is qualitative data plus quantitative data, executive summary. All those things will be submitted within 45 days. What is IIQA? In IIQA, we have some registration process, IIQA applications, fees for the IIQA, submit IIQA, clarification will be asked by the coordinators, then IIQA, clarification will be sought, then acceptance or rejection of IIQA. I'll skip those slides because basic eligibility is important, affiliation compliance is important, profile information is important, academic information is important, and quality information is important. It will look like this when you, IIQA. So latest affiliation letter we need from the affiliating universities. Eligibility criteria to submit IIQA. Latest recognition approval letter from the statutory regulatory authority, like AICT, like Council of Architecture, like other bodies. You need to obtain a recognition or approval letter from the statutory regulatory authority. UGC 2F and 12B recognition certificate, if you have, you can attach those certificates. Okay, then if change in name, submit approvals for relevant authorities, universities, MHRT, etc. Association of Indian Universities, AIU, or other government agencies, approval for standalone institutions. Whether AQR in the website so as to provide the URL details, like AQR is posted on the website. The URL detail is given to a NAAC while submitting the SSR. Self-declaration by the HCIs, complying with rules and regulations of central government, state government, UGC affiliation, universities, and other applicable SRA in the front of in the format provided by the NAAC. We have different kinds of manuals. We have affiliated constituent colleges, we have autonomous colleges, we have universities manual, we have health science university manual, we have health science college manual. In the health science college manual, we have 10 different schemes, part A and part B. Part A is common to all the schemes like medical, dental, nursing, physiotherapy, allied health sciences, Ayurveda, yoga, naturopathy, Unani, Siddha, and homeopathy. For all these health science colleges, we have made it part A and part B. Part A is common to all the disciplines, and part B is discipline specific, where we kept only 100 weightages. Then we have manual for our dual mode universities, manual for open universities, manual for Sanskrit universities, and teacher physical education and special education colleges. We go for institutional accreditation only, no department accreditation, and no program accreditation. So you need to create HCI portal. In the dashboard, you can see the statistics like application of IIQ, SSR, uploading student satisfaction survey data, as well as AQR. Online payment of fees, you can see. Any notification alerts from NAAC, you can see there. So for any problem, you can go to support help desk and write to NAAC. NAAC will respond to you within 24 hours. Yeah, this acceptance, this how support help desk will look like this. These are all, I think I have explained this already. In the SSR, you need to submit the qualitative data as well as quantitative data. SSR has to be uploaded as per the format in the portal of NAAC. After submission of SSR on NAAC portal, HCI would receive an auto-generated link or mail in their registered email ID. Some SSR in PDF format should be then uploaded on institutional website. SOP I mentioned you, SOP has made available to facilitate HCIs to go through before preparation of SSR. Standard operating procedure is very important. Data submitted in quantitative metrics will be subjected to validation. This validation exercise with the help of data validation verification process. The responses to qualitative metrics will be reviewed by the peer team on site only after the institution clears the pre-qualification stage. Qualitative metric is only for the peer team members. If the institutions cross 25% or above in the quantitative metrics, then only those institutions will be taken up for the qualitative metrics validation by the peer team members. We have given MS Excel based templates, tables we have given seeking details of QNM. Then we have given a format there. Okay, this will look like this is the qualitative metrics. If the qualitative metrics, you need to write within 500 words. Yeah, it will look like this, qualitative metrics. So in the executive summary, we have introductory note, criteria by summary, strength, weakness, opportunities, and challenges, any additional information about the institutions, then overall conclusive of explications like, the executive summary, all those things. Quantitative metrics, there are 5 different types of, you might be thinking there are a lot of quantitative metrics, very difficult to understand, but we have made it 5 different categories. One is, sometimes we call it last 5 years data, sometimes average percentage of last 5 years data. In some cases, multiple choice questions, some cases current year data, and some cases current year data ratio. Last 5 years data, it's block year. Number of seminars, conferences, workshops conducted by the institutions during last 5 years. Similarly, average percentage of last 5 years data. Percentage per year you could calculate. Average percentage seat fields against seat reserved for various reservation categories. You have to calculate percentage per year. Then calculate the average percentage. Average percentage equal to percentage per year by all the 5 years divided by 5. Multiple choice questions, you can see the institution has subscription for the following e-resources: e-journals, South Sindhu, South Ganga membership, e-books, databases, etc. Right. Then current year data. percentage per day, usage of library by teachers and students, footfalls and login data for online access. This is the data for latest completed academic year. Current year data ratio, mentor and mentees, number of mentors to, how many students given, faculty members given as a mentor. Multiple choice questions, bandwidth of internet connection in the institutions. You can have a multiple choice question for this. Then qualitative metrics, the institutions ensures effective curriculum delivery through a well-defined, well-planned, documented process. This is a qualitative metrics you need to write within 500 words. Second one is also a qualitative metric. The institution adheres to the academic calendar, including the conduct of continuous internal evaluations. Again, it's a qualitative metrics you need to write within 500 words. Yeah, this is all about, I've explored some opt-out metrics. 10 weightages, 30 weightages, you can opt out. Optional metrics are criteria 3, 4, 5, 6. You can opt out 10 weightages per criteria. 1 to 7 are essential. You can't opt out. It's not there in the universities, only there in the affiliated colleges. Yeah, I can stop here. I can take up some questions. I can stop here. Yeah, I can take up some questions. 5 minutes left. Yes, yeah, 5 minutes left. If you have any difficulties, you can add out. You can ask.
Yes, sir. There are some questions in the chat box, sir. Shall I read out the question, sir?
Yeah, read out.
Okay, sir. There is a question from Mr. Pandya, sir. Will alumni contribution affect the score of alumni engagement? If there is less contribution, how will it affect the score of alumni engagement?
No, depends upon the contribution. We have benchmark, right? Based on that, you get, see, for every metric, you get either 4, 3, 2, and 0. Suppose the weightage for this metric is 10, right? Depends upon the benchmark set by NAAC. For alumni contribution, X amount. If it is, see, if it is 4 means, suppose that X is 4, X is X amount, suppose 100 lakhs, suppose. If you get 100 lakhs or more, 4. If it is 80 to 100, maybe 3, 70 to 80, maybe 2, and so on. If you get more than 100, you get 4 there. If the weightage for that metric is 10, 10 into 4 equal to 40 is the score value. Every metric is mapped onto 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Depends upon the benchmark and depends upon your response. Depends upon the HEI response. Either you get 4, 3, 2, and 0. Whether you, based on the benchmark set by NAAC. Right?
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. And it is over to the participants. If there is any questions, you can pose your questions. Participants, it is your time. Sir, there is another question in the chat box, sir. How much ratio of alumni will be needed to each and every year? That is what is...
Depends on the benchmark set by NAAC. That is the benchmark. What is the contributions? What is the contribution so that you get 4 there, right? If the weightage is 10, 10 into 4 equal to score value, right?
Okay, sir.
So ratio of contribution is you collect as many contribution from alumni as possible. The benchmark is confidential. It has not been disclosed, right?
Okay, sir.
I'll show the slide. Just a minute. I'll show one screen.
Okay.
I'll show you. You can understand from this screen how it. Is this screen visible? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Look at this. Look at this. How it works. See, example is number of value-added courses for imparting transferable and life skills offered during last 5 years. Then is the weightage. Okay. If the benchmark value is, if it's greater than or equal to AA, you get 4 there. If it is AA to BB, you get 3. BB to CC, 2. DD to CC, you get 1, less than DD, 0. This AA, BB, CC, DD are not known to us. It's confidential, right? Depends on the response. In this metric, if your response is more than or equal to AA, you get 4 there. If you get 4 there, what is the score value? You get 40. 10 10 into 4, 40 is the score value you get. Similarly, for percentage of students undertaking field projects, research projects, internships, data for the latest academic year, latest completed academic year. Similarly, the benchmarks are given here. Depends upon your response, HEI response. You get 43210. Depends upon the response of the institutions. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sir,
Then now there is a...
sir.
Yes,
Good evening,
ma'am,
sir.
you can proceed.
My voice is audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, it is audible.
Okay.
Kaviyarisi, ma'am, please proceed.
And sustainability in program outcomes. What is environment and sustainability in program outcomes?
Yeah, you want to know about that? See, whatever I have seen, program outcomes, graduate attributes, you can use interchangeably. One of the components is environment sustainability. The graduate attributes means when the students will complete graduations, they should possess the attributes. One of the attribute is environment and sustainability. Students should know whether we should protect the environment, what is the importance, all those. See, they should study some courses. See, government also made it compulsory that you should have a paper on environment, irrespective of the programs you offer. So they should understand the protecting of environment. Okay, the sustainability of the environment is important. So for that, you should have a course for that. You should have a course for that. You should conduct some kind of workshops, some training programs, so that student will inculcate the environment and sustainability as one of the graduate attributes when they complete their graduation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
And one
sir.
more.
Thank you, sir.
We want some example for green practices, sir.
Green practices.
Yes.
These tree plantations, full greenery. You can have your college full greenery. You can have it, right? The green audit also. You can go for green audit also. Okay.
Sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Thank you, sir, for your accomplished session that entirely educated us about NAAC assessment and accreditation process. It focused on various points like NAAC criteria, outcome-based education, national funding agencies, infrastructure and learning process, student support and progress, institutional values and best practices. And we are really fortunate enough today, sir, to have your session. And we hope in future also to have such sessions, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot, sir.
Can I leave, madam?
Sure, sir. Thanks a lot, sir. And in this busy schedule, you have given us the time, sir. Thanks a lot for that. Welcome back to the next session of the webinar. I call upon Mr. K. Kannan, IQAC member, Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College Autonomous, to introduce the chief guest of the session.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to all. First of all, I would like to convey my heartfelt thanks to our management for giving this good and golden opportunity. I am very happy to introduce our eminent professor and my dear colleague, Dr. J. Satish Kumar sir, Department of Mathematics, Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College Autonomous, Uttangarai. He had completed his doctoral research at Government Arts College for Men, Krishnagiri, affiliated to Periyana University, Salem. He started his career as assistant professor in PG College of Arts and Science, Dharmaburi in the year 2002, and then he got a chance to get an appointment in SVM College in the year 2005. He was very much interested in the set theory. Just like the actor Kamala Hassan in the film called Tasavadar, Dr. J. Sadish Kumar plays 10 different roles in our college, like assistant professor, IQAC internal coordinator, NARF nodal officer, NAAC cell coordinator, ARIIA nodal officer, NASP coordinator, IIC coordinator, college transport coordinator, and student skill development coordinator. He provides his efficient and intelligent in different areas. He acted as a resource person in 5 seminars and workshops, and also he organized 15 seminars and workshops. He was published 5 papers in UGC Scopus. I hope that this session will be very useful for you. I feel pleasure to hand over the session to Dr. J. Sadish Kumar sir. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful introduction. Now it is time to hand over the session to the man of conversant ability and who always believes in hard work and knack, a versatile person, as mentioned by Mr. Kannan. And now I hand over the session to Dr. J. Satish Kumar, Coordinator, NAAC, Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College Autonomous, who's going to do a session on importance of NAAC in higher education. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Good afternoon to one and all. So my topic is importance of NAAC in higher education. That is importance of NAAC accreditation in higher education institution. So what are the importance and benefits of NAAC accreditation? So NAAC accreditation determines the quality of the institution in terms of education, faculty, research, infrastructure, etc. It gives confidence to students that the institute they are selecting is providing the best service. So what are the benefits of NAAC accreditation? NAAC accreditation helps the institution to know its strength, weakness, and opportunities through an informed review process. Identification of internal area of planning and resource allocation. Funding agencies look for objective data for performance funding. Institution to initiate innovation and modern methods of pedagogy. And finally, the society look for reliable information on the quality education offered. So every higher education institution must need a composition of IQAC. So how to construct an IQAC? So the IQAC should be constituted in higher education under the headship of head of the institution with one senior faculty as a coordinator of the IQAC, at least 3 to 8 senior members in all category, assistant professor associate professor and professors, 1 member from management side, 1 member from administrative officer, and 1 nominee each from stakeholders, industrialists, employers, and 1 nominee each from local society, students, and alumni. So the composition of IQAC depends on the size of the institution. So IQAC helps monitoring and planning quality control in education. So what are the process of assessment and accreditation? So there are 7 processes for assessment and accreditation. So registration process, institutional information for quality assessment, IAQA, self-study report, SSR, data validation and verification, DVV, student satisfaction survey, SSS, peer team visit, and finally, institutional grading. In first step, process for registration. So how to register? So first go to Google and type on NAAC official website. It goes to NAAC official website, scroll down and search apply online and click on apply online. Several manual and instruction as given. To create login ID and password, first we click on apply. Then higher education login registration will appear. Then the institution already registered, they directly go to apply their login ID and password and CAPTCHA and go to login. Suppose the institution go to apply for new registration. So we have to create registration ID. So there are 7 basic points we needed. First one is name of the institution, type of the institution, IC code, institution email ID. Again, we re-enter institutional email ID, institutional mobile number, and finally, are you previously aggregated? If yes, just click on yes. If no, we click on no. So after read all rules and regulation, just we proceed. Then declaration as given, you read a declaration and submit declaration then the registration will okay. So after completion of the registration, an auto generated email to the registered email ID and link for active along with login credential. So one important conditions, this link valid only in 7 days. Then on successful completion of registration, higher education institution portal is created, which is specific to your institution. So institution need to submit all applications, send communication to NAAC only through higher education institution portal. In case we have forgot the password, just click on forget password and again reset the password. If any queries regarding this, we send a credential to contact NAAC help desk. So NAAC help desk at gmail.com. In this all, your communication, kindly mention your college name, your ID, and your contact number. So what are the process of IAQA? The first process, so institution has to submit the IAQA application through the HEI portal. Here, 5 essential things are available. So basic eligibility, another one is affiliation, compliance, profile information, and academic information, finally quality information. So please verify and edit the data before going to submission. For IAQA fees, the NAAC accept only online payment. So what are the documents needed? For affiliation university letter for the current academic year for all the program offered by higher educational institution. In case higher educational institution is not having affiliation for the current academic year, so HEI need to submit the latest affiliation letter along with the copy of registration letter, application, and fees details sent to the university for renewal. Second point, approval of UGC, MHRD, state government for establishment of the university colleges. Current academic year approval letter from SRA, statutory regulatory authorities like AICTE, MCI, BCI, and PCI, etc. And college with potential of excellence, university with the potential of excellence status. So latest letter from UGC awarding college with potential of excellence. In case this autonomous college, the latest letter from UGC conferring autonomous status. One more important point, upload the latest IC certificate which specifies correct college name. Don't upload the print copy of the details. If there is a change in name, submit approval of the affiliating university indicating the change. Standalone institutions should submit equivalence certificate for UG and PG from AIU or any other governmental agencies. Submit SRA or other governmental agencies approval for standalone institution. Standalone institution should submit their SSR using only autonomous manual. So undertaking by the HELs complying with rules and regulation of central government, state government, UGC, affiliating university, self-declaration with respect to affiliation status in this prescribed format of NAAC. So what are the clarification of IAQA? So the clarification, first one, kindly provide the English translated version of all the documents with self-attestation if the documents are in regional language. Ensure the name of the institution is same in IIQA application, affiliation letter, SRA approval letter, UGC letter granting autonomous status, and the ASHI certificate submitted. Otherwise, IIQA application may not be proceed further. So ensure that the previous 4-year AQR are uploaded on the higher educational institution website. Application for only cycle 2. So ensure that the higher educational institution website is functioning. So higher educational institution need to apply for cycle 2. Similarly, if the institution is accredited by NAAC twice, so HEI need to apply for cycle 3 and so on. So during registration process, kindly ensure that the ASHI code of the institution as mentioned in the ASHI certificate only is entered. All the notification, communication, alerts, timelines with respect to application for A&A process are available on HEI portal. HEI portal. Please log on to HEI portal regularly. HEIs can apply for A&A process throughout the year. There is no timeline for registration and submission of IIQA. However, higher educational institutions should submit SSR within 45 days from the date of acceptance of IIQA. Otherwise, higher educational institutions need to come fresh by applying IIQA, paying the requisite fees. Before submission of data, please view on 2 tips by moving the cursor on the question mark symbol at appropriate place in the IIQA application. Next, self-study report, SSR. So self-study report contained in 6-part executive summary, profile of the institution, extended profile of the institution, quality indicator framework, data templates, quantitative metrics, and optional metrics. So first one is executive summary. So executive summary is nothing but highlighting the main features of the institution, including location of the institution, vision and mission of the institution, type of the institution, and criterion-wise summary on the institution, not exceed 250 words, and write a brief note on SWOT analysis. So strength, weakness, opportunities, and challenges in respect of the institution. In any additional information about the institution other than one already stated. Profile of the institution. First one is we need basic information of the institution. So name and address of the college, Second one, for communication, principal, vice principal, and IQT coordinators are responsible for this communication. Status of the institution, affiliated colleges, constitute college, any other specific. Type of the institution, it is divided into two parts, by gender, by shift. By gender, for men, for women, and co-education, by shift, regular, day, and evening. Next, A is minority institution. Yes or type, yes or no type. Next, sources of funding from government and other sources. Then date of establishment of the college. So university to which the college is affiliated or which governs the college. So details of UGC recognitions. Next, details of recognition approved by statutory regulatory bodies. Next one, does the Affiliation University Act provide for conferment of autonomy? Yes or no? If yes, as the college applied for availing the autonomous status. Is the college recognized by UGC as a college with potential of excellence? Yes or no type question. Then location of the campus and area. So we mentioned location and campus area in square meters, build up area in square meters. Next, details of programs offered by the college. Next, fill in the following details if applicable. So number of programs, self-financed programs offered during the last 5 years, and a list of departments. Here, library, physical education is not a department. The number of teaching and non-teaching positions in the institution. Qualification of the teaching staff. So it divided into 3 categories: permanent teachers, temporary teacher, part-time teacher. Next one, the number of visiting faculty engaged with the college. Next one, so number of the student admitted to the college during the last 4 years, SC, ST, OBC, and general. So details on students enrolling in the college during the current academic year. Type of the students, UG, PG, MPhil, and PhD level. Fill in the following details if applicable. So unit cost of education, including salary component, excluding salary component. So unit cost equal to total annual recurring expenditure divided by total number of students enrolled. And date of accreditation, this is not for newly registered colleges. It is already cycle 1 college. So applicable for cycle 2, cycle 3, and cycle 4. If cycle 1 means we write date, month, and year of the accreditation. Cycle 2, similarly cycle 3 and cycle 4. On date of establishment of IQAC still. So details regarding submission of AQAR report. So next one, extended profile of the institution. This extended profile has 4 parts: program, students, academic, and institution. Program, number of courses offered by the institution across all program during the last 5 years. For student, number of students year-wise during the last 5 years. So number of seats earmarked for reserved category as per Government of India, state government rule, year-wise during the last 5 years. So number of outgoing students, final year only during the last 5 years. Third one, academic details. So the number of full-time teachers year-wise during the last 5 years, and number of sanctioned posts year-wise during the last 5 years. And institution, the total number of classroom and seminar halls available in the institution. So total expenditure excluding salary year-wise during the last 5 years. Next one, quality indicator framework. So QIF. So distribution of metrics and key indicators across criteria. So type of higher education institutions, universities, autonomous colleges, and affiliated constitute college, both UG and PG. There are 7 criteria for all university, autonomous colleges, affiliated colleges. Key indicator for university 34, autonomous college 34, and both UG and PG 31 and 32. Qualitative metrics 36 for university, 35 for autonomous college, both UG and PG 35 and 36. So quantitative metrics 39 for university, 72 for autonomous college, 58 and 60 for both UG and PG. So total metrics is quantitative plus qualitative 115 for universities, 107 for autonomous college, 93 for UG and 96 for PG. So criteria wise key indicators and distribution of marks. In first one, curricular aspects. So curricular aspects we divide into 4: curriculum design and development, curricular planning and implementation, academic flexibility, curriculum enrichment, feedback system. So overall, for UG and PG, 100 marks, for autonomous college, 150, and university also 150. Second one, teaching, learning, and evaluation. It has 7 categories: students' enrollment and profile, catering to students' diversity, teaching and learning process, teachers' profile and quality, evaluation process and reform, students' performance and learning outcomes, students' satisfaction survey. So both UG and PG 350 marks, and for university 200 marks, and for autonomous college 300 marks. This is, we can easily get mark from teaching, learning, and evaluation. Third one, research, innovation, and extension. It has divided into 7 points: promotion of research and facilities, resource mobilization for research, innovation ecosystem, research publication and awards, consultancy, extension activities, collaboration. So 250 for university, 150 for autonomous college, 110 for UG, and 120 for PG. Fourth one, infrastructure and learning resources. It has 4 physical facilities: library as a learning resources, IT infrastructure, maintenance of campus infrastructure. All university, autonomous college, UG, and PG 100 marks. Next is student support and progression. First one, student support. Second, student progression. Third, student participation and activities and alumni engagement. For university, 100 mark. For autonomous college, 100 mark. For UG, 140. And for PG, 130. So governance and leadership and management. It is divided into 5 parts: institutional vision and leadership, strategy development and deployment, faculty empowerment strategies, financial management and resource mobilization, internal quality assurance system. So all 100 marks. And finally, institutional values and the best practice. It has 3: institutional value and social responsibilities. So best practice, institutional distinctness. For university, 100. For autonomous college, for UG and PG, 100, 100, 100. Overall, total score 1000 for university, 1000 for autonomous, and 1000 for both UG and PG. So what are the highlights of present QIF is as follows. Very, very important one: student satisfaction survey, innovation ecosystem, alumni engagement, institutional values and social responsibilities, best practices, institutional distinctness. So what are the data templates? We need documents. The online format for submitting data with respect to quantitative metrics are given in consecutive pages. For each quantitative metrics, the kinds of data to be uploaded are indicated in tabular form, and documents requested are listed. So the documents such as minutes of the meeting, decisions, statement of accounts, award letters, letters of appointments, and etc. need to be uploaded as required. Whether they are in bulk, hyperlinks to the appropriate website be given. Okay. This is the templates. Example for one of the point 6.5.3, quality assurance initiative of the institution. So what are the data needs? So regular meeting of IQAC, feedback collected, analyzed, and used for improvement, collaborative quality initiative with other institutions, participation in NIR, any other quality audit recognized by state, national, or international agencies. This template, year, conference, seminar, workshop, quality, etc. So this quantitative metrics. 1.1.3, teachers of the institution participate in following activities related to curriculum development and assessment of the affiliation university. For last 5 years, academic council or BOS of affiliating university, setting of question paper for both UG and PG, design and development of curriculum for add-on course, certificate course, diploma course, assignment and evaluation process of the affiliating university. This is optional, so we take all the above, or any 3 of above, any 2 of above, any one of above, none of above. So the data requirements, number of teachers participated, name of the body in which full-time teacher participated, total number of teachers. So optional matrices. In this educational system of India, there can be few matrices which may not be applicable to the higher education institutions. In order to facilitate the higher education institution, NAAC has come out with this concept of non-applicable matrices. Thus, the provision is made for the higher education institutions to opt out some of the matrices which may not be applicable to them for various reasons. So the rules for opting out non-applicable matrix. So the maximum weightage of matrix that can be opted out should not exceed 50, up to 5%. The matrix with maximum of total 20 weightages per criteria can only be opted out. All matrices in criteria 7 are essential. None of the metrics in this criteria can be opted out. So metrics identified as essential cannot be opted. Qualitative metrics cannot be opted. So the essential metrics across 6 criteria have been identified for universities, affiliated, constitute colleges and autonomous college, which cannot be opted. So the calculation of CGPA of higher educational institution will be done excluding the 5% metrics as opted out by the institution. So this decision is aimed at helping higher education institutions, as they will not be assessed on metrics not applicable to them. That's a DVV process. So data validation and verification process. The quantitative metrics of SSR will be sent for data validation and verification partners. So total metric in universities 115, out of which 79 are quantitative metrics. So total metrics in autonomous college, so 107, out of which 72 are quantitative metrics. So the total metrics in affiliated constitute college, both UG and PG. So 93 for UG, 96 for PG, out of 58 for UG, 60 are quantitative metrics. So the institution found to be providing incorrect information or data for quantitative metrics during the validation and verification stage will be asked for clarification. So there is a fixed timeline for the entire DVV process. So institution are supposed given by DVV partner during DVV clarification stage. On the basis of clarifications submitted by the higher educational institutions, so the data will be again sent for DVV partner. So DVV deviation. After DVV process, a DVV deviation report will be generated. Extended profile deviation matrix level deviation status of each deviated matrix will be classified as follows. No answer change. HEI clarification accepted. DVV suggestion recommended. Change it after data verification and validation. So standard operating process. So the third party validation and verification process. Higher educational institution provide the supporting documents during the SSR submission to facilitate speedily DVV clarification process. So it is mandatory to respond to DVV clarification raised in extended profile and metrics within stipulated time. It is mandatory to fill the data template. The NAAC portal supports only 5-year data if the size of institution can host the supporting documents on HEI website and provide the link of the same in the template and in the higher education institution DVV clarification response box. So extended metric wise documents specific instruction to higher educational institution are available in SOP for all quantitative metrics. For documents in regional language, kindly provide an attested translated version in English. Though the data is large, the higher educational institution has to fill the data template. During DVV clarification, the DVV will seek for sample selective documents. So what are the challenging metrics? 4.1.4, average percentage of budget allocation excluding salary for infrastructure augmentation during last 5 years. This is one of the challenging metrics. So average annual expenditure for purchase of books and journals during the last 5 years. Average expenditure incurred on maintenance of physical facilities and academic support facilities, excluding salary component as a percentage during the last 5 years. Average percentage expenditure on green initiatives, waste management, excluding salary component during the last 5 years. So average percentage of full-time teacher who received awards, recognition, fellowships at state, national, international level from government recognized bodies during the last 5 years. So the number of awards and recognition received from extension activities from government recognized bodies during the last 5 years. So number of linkage for faculty exchange, student exchange, internship, field trip, on the job training, research, etc. during the last 5 years. So the number of functional MOUs of national and international institutions. So next process is pre-qualification process. If qualified, then peer team visit. If not qualified, then again apply a fresh for assessment and accreditation through IAQA after 6 months from the date of declaration. One more important point, student satisfaction survey process. So SSS will be conducted simultaneously with the DVV process. So the data of the students for student satisfaction survey has to submitted concurrently during online submission of SSR. Student satisfaction survey, which is part of criteria 2 on teaching, learning and evaluation, a random sample of students will be chosen for the survey in spread evenly across different classes, year of the enrollment and gender as far as possible. So maximum of 2 survey attempts will be initiated to reach. Okay. For colleges, both UG and PG and autonomous, response should be received from at least 10% of the students' population or 100, which is lesser. For universities, 10% of the students' population or 500, which is lesser. So student details. So the higher educational institutions are required to submit the data of all students, class-wise with the name, email ID, mobile number, and Aadhaar number. There are 2 separate columns for student ID and enrollment ID. In the absence of separate IDs, the institutional can replace the same ID in 2 columns. The SSRS questionnaires. So 20 objective questions and 1 subjective questions, which is available in NAAC website and will also be emailed to students. SSS questionnaire is in English. So the NAAC website will have both versions available. If needed, higher education institutions can make local language translation available for information of students before they take the survey. On-site visit logistics. NAAC will not disclose the details of the visiting team, and higher educational institution will not be responsible for logistics for the visiting team. NAAC will directly take care of all the logistics regarding the peer team visits, the institutions, TADA, honorable, etc. The institution need to pay the second installment of A&A fee and logistics fee along with 3 preference of PTV dates, nearest airport, hotels, details of the peer team visit within 15 days from the date of pre-qualification. An auto-generated email will be sent to the registered email ID regarding the same. So peer team visit. So NAAC has a large database of experts who are reputed academicians, senior educational administrations, and researchers. These experts undergo an assessor orientation program prior to being included as peer team members. Automated peer team selection will be carried out by the system. So the declaration of result and validity of accreditation, the result of institutions will be declared by taking into considering of system generated scores on all qualitative metrics, score on the student satisfaction survey, and the scores given by peer team. The accreditation is valid for a period of 5 years. If an institution secures grade A and above for 2 consecutive cycles, then the validity of next cycle of accreditation will be for 7 years instead of 5 years. NAAC accreditation outcomes documents. Peer team report, statistical analysis of quantitative metrics, institutional grade sheet. So the above 3 parts would be combined together to form NAAC accreditation outcomes document. It would be mandatory for higher educational institutions to display it on institutional website apart from posting it on NAAC website. And finally, range of institutional CGPA mark less than or equal to 1.50, letter grade D not accredited. So 1.51 to 2.00, letter grade C status accredited. 2.01 to 2.50, letter grade B accredited. 2.51 to 2.75 CGPA, so letter grade B plus accredited. So 2.76 to 3.00, letter grade D plus plus, status of the institution accredited. 3.01 to 3.25, letter grade A, the status of institution accredited. 3.26 to 3.50, letter grade A plus, the status of the institution accredited. Finally, 3.51 to 4.00, so the letter grade A plus plus, the status of the institution accredited. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for your interactive session that you have instructed us from the areas like extended profile, optional metrics, DVV, SSS, quality indicator framework. Thank you very much, sir. Now it's the time for query. Participants kindly ask query. Sir, one query from participants. How many types of metric is needed to AQAR?
There are several metrics are there. First, we see the AQR format and we have to submit in NAAC.
Sir, I have one clarification. How many types of metric is, sorry sir, what are the strategies we need to adopt for best practice in our college?
Best practice, rainwater harvesting is one of the best practice. And solar greening campus is best practice in institutions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your wonderful session that would have cleared almost all the doubts about NAAC and its importance should be clarified. Thank you. Thank you all the dignitaries and the participants. Let's all connected tomorrow for the second day of the webinar on role of NAAC in enhancing quality in higher educational institutions. Thank you. Thank you all.
Let us all get connected by 9:45 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you, one and all.